Testing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you hear me, I hope you're comfortable. You've had some refreshments. We'll be beginning momentarily. Before we do, I kindly ask for everyone to silence their phones so that we don't have interruptions. And you'll see that we have our screens here and 2 screens on the sides for better viewing of the presentations. So thank you again, everyone, and we'll be beginning momentarily. Thank you. I'm informed that the back does not hear me well, so we'll do a testing. How's this? Light job, sulang. Klutil malungil tutal mo reklaad, ang kleka olgril kasuwo mo MC Rigid al tutaw. I'll be our MC this morning of the Palau's Symposium on reforming tax system for the country. Prise podata do tkeu do mil tutaw do dar sa ang milsil sin morgidel largidel moray badul araklay rogul belaw mabilong ebil raklay mar masil belaw roguy ang kagidar kamsig ng artalo bangget di kamal do mil tutal mora president Surangan Whips Junior ma vice president ma cabinet ringi roguy mil tutal mora a Senate President Hokons Paules, mga local senators, Lobangget El Alcils, a Speaker House of Delegates, Sabino Anastasio, mga local delegates, Lobangget El Alcils, governors, legislators, Recal States Rabulur Belao, ang Artel Lobangget at mesang Ambassador Akira Karasawa, Tergid Rabulur Asyabal, Ambassador Rochelle Turner, Australia, good morning. Umesang nga niya representation ng Ambassador at Taiwan Lobangget, malungit tutaw. Awera do amul lembay ku kuntira a minister kung total mora minister Caleb Udoy Jr., Minister of Finance, ma President la Chamber of Commerce Irene Olgril tira alungura almutmok el Symposium mergid e bokulngit tra Olgril bolbaskid ang lungu el altutaw sulak.
Good morning, everyone. Malungil tutal mararbeklaat. Material guktim lakal sa ilmay. Obang gatar el tutal ang PNCC live ang artiang mangrulin mo sa bael. Agi malding utial teal lemreng asuliun lertiang. Lengkol tal time el gukmam el adra Palau Chamber of Commerce mar adra Ministry of Finance. Tiay yang malklibelaw regit. Kadat makal public, private sector, at makalaw reor. Magimal mereng asulir tirga rokuil ngartial working group per kamam, lomring laurerir, el kut maklitiam, sab edolo tax symposium el alsils. Makulingit te dibo datal ek la edolulu el mo open artial program regit. Let's pray. Lord God, we know that today it's a day that will affect each and everyone, not only in this cafeteria hall of PCC, but all over Palau. This is a day where we will work together, both the public and private sector, to see what we can do regarding our tax system for the Republic of Palau. And all we want to ask for is your Holy Spirit to give us wisdom and integrity and strength as we work together today. Bless each one who's able to be here, and we ask all these things in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for attending this symposium on this very important subject of tax reform. I'd like to also recognize the Chamber of Commerce for agreeing to work together with us on helping to educate the public and businesses in Palau on this very important reform that we are proposing during this administration. I'd also like to thank the Chamber of Commerce and the ministry staff for the work they've done preparing this symposium, all the work that went into it, and thank the U.S. Graduate School for their support and assistance in making this symposium possible. Also would like to recognize the important guests we have today. Thank you for also participating with us. Of course, President Whips is with us here today, President Paules, Speaker Anastasio, and Senator Rugabay, who's also been someone we have been working with very closely. So very few comments I'd like to make, just to thank you all for being here. I hope for a productive day, productive sessions. Thank also the many panelists who have agreed to speak to us today, and those outside of Palau that will also be sharing some
Jason.
information with us. So thank you, and let's move to our next item on the agenda.
Sulangan Minister, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to ask His Excellency President Sulangan Whips Jr. for his special remarks this morning at our symposium. Mr. President.
Good morning. Will to town. Maral gida del water ule do susra ibdul maraklay marabul bela malwil to ta ragam sika se malabun gida al to town ragam malwil to town mora president ra senate mar senator sang artelo banget speaker mar delegate sang artelo banget minister uduy Timarira, Minister of Finance. I think most importantly, President of Chamber of Commerce and all the business community ng artera lal puto man mrenga asulil nos ilo bangede gida klo albanglet klo tutela la abadagal albangaringi tongot mokri morsel kot telungil gidi la aber beta mang di sogal mo ora maskida talgibal ukra osngeder tial tora tax reform. Tiada kal besel tokoy. In fact, akmal di remember Minister Udu ra ngara Minister of Finance ra mlamo lui ma ewara kara mlamemo. Sera ngari mlego tel introduce ra ulda so aseng mlamo giredel reform ra tax system ri. Ser time akmal di remember ang kawadri gamlen nga school mak na school amrigen mo sera lo sa tial uktora VAT, more commonly known as VAT or PGST. Kita sel mga skuram rigel mysteries ale kada kaduk smara system ram rigel. Kaduk ora tribal bagi cross it ay system ra Europe, Australia, other South Asia kan atter rigel. Mang really over time kita to kada su. Ya uksira tele del ukadra olbira glula kapala senet. Emlone tele del el mora blura Cook Island, blura New Zealand. Aula gimlong el senators mar delegates emlo subra system ertir. Kada tiamle of course ang recommendation ra IMF el mergi ma ADB lo ase gida na mo gida reform. This was alega do plan sa dara atru ra karam la memo. Mang kada kita ma sera gimo subri kadulom dangali lo ase tial sistema de kalsa ka cross ima sistem rablu ramriga actually meder kay sisiu di tretel omalyul at talgib al mawad di concept o sisiu le blu ramriga lang ari at tablo tretara taxi ngai sa mo sing sales tax which is asung kadam sa sales tax and tax ra ige klalos pe ara consumption tax el program rigel. VAT maluwang PGST mga sisiw. Abluram rigel adire kan ngari ado motor yung aseng net income tax ring. Tial system of the proposal ay ay del tablol to koral se. Actually sel tax system rigel al time simple system el para sa dro aseng mo aseng turnover tax. Mle tax system ra ngaramong tax system ra time ra TT. Di terado dong ni ngar alsela tax system ri da me mle atter gi dra ngar ula titileng mle beote kora timla ka uklaw dong gi dra besel treta mo kada tegi dra ngari di sera da titil mere langen kadam sa dra aling 1944 kadam lo ingiligi ten mongal gir ogi merakal dangar eungir maise Mergo 1994 mererang amnal mutel uiba aluy ma aluy me widerra namo 77 years. Ako mral waseng amla mo time will make a change. Hindi mlaka kumlo sa change abayo. Change amringen. Legirel klo sode, legirel klo subel. Makmral mringa suler adro olbira glulam. Sel commitment til wase. Ngira dal kantakta yagi del hearing, kantakta symposium. Lengiran mo wina cloud ngira adra blu. Saya kotter cloud tu. Diregal la mlaway sana chairman ra Ways and Means Senate wase delegate chairman Mongura wase moria hearing el mliak krablur belau el moray garogul state el msader tial tax reform akmaral el mrenga sule la olvira glora ser commitment tertil le tiak lor to obrador to mlamo with me with ragad mamlo der ngimung ngirel klom sode makmaral di mrenga sule seguir commitment ter comiu dadagalo urior el sigi sel mongir el dogi ungil el mral mosutira other belau Aki timo ay sura sega atak sa bibira time kada kodobes sa ngara ula kada kabalment tangari ngara ula kada kalek tax ulang klo tutelo amuli la tax askule do ospe tax lo rustri a hospital mo ospe tax lo rustri abli la bolis mo ospe tax lo rustri olbira rula mo ospe tax lo rustri ara ergid mo ospe tax lo rustri Aigar rogul kita ospel service requirement tau tu ira kar-karinget ogi watak. Cloud tu trela langaria atretar omliu laudo del mura omsangan. El tabsul, saya kumra lo asin koter ploa autorit. La selda sia tabsuleng gid ngarablur belau ulur tu ira kabelment rigid. Awal tabsula atretal dogi ungil omlur tial kabelment rigid. Ngumra lo sia taragotel lungil sistema kadur tu ira basent el dios sia basent el morar bekla adeleng el basent el oran mokloudem moklo atak sen harar. Nga sia del los persel example ra health insurance rigid el alta. Se taratele taratax. El other rogui aharora 2.5% ra income bertir en morsel HCF agong bali aharora 2.5%. Seguido el 2.5% al sum kom sukura kloludo de sel el mola arngin mora insurance ra health insurance ra al sum ran mo klodude men klo molari yal gegare udude men gegare molari mung sel do mesa teletara tak sengire do mesa se gam gramo o tabsul ya alungul do ngolorngia beotter gido ma olngi dirigal gira do mesa se tak system rida do urnging beot omliul ngara teletara se del logi ungi e beot omliul tiak lo tutelel gidam dengelo ase a system ra atak sa sel sugumang ngora titual malumeng to kay gel ngora sel mengengo eng blol moriam mengengo ler ada atere ra blol de kalsore haratak sa kadi blakatak meng a system ra brigel for example a sel tax ang atak sa sel gel got el last al adl lo tru raklal sel way seguid el gel last de al haraw enremi Ikida ambengelo ase seguida alita tool cell system. Under VAT malum PGST sel tal motrauti talo en area sel ngu akabalmen. Edi sel ukol boldo ali seguida extra tax el harari. Mung tingeti seguida la marse el sel ukto sadra alungoleng. Ndi kalungila bebir el hara bebir lak. Qadim lo berkatak la a system rigidra tax al sel ablur belau. Attribute klo Marcel engari sel do modore sen cascading effect sel tral motrau tiak klalo en ngata taxeni el mutel taxeni lom doi sertial arang la taxel la harari mungel gotter ngara ulo bong la harara gotter ge krel tax ngel ngara awole la bay harara ge kari mung tia luk PGST ada bel team ngel ngara awole tial to harara klo ngel ngara ulo bong la harara ge kari klo tu teleleng ndiri kal help المليسي أيام مجيء كريل شوباي ndiri kal gira dal sel do aseng gira dal rulin mobiot o meliul ak mading lo aseng tara a complaint tara igal bekal bulo asetya complicated amringa dol tautringi al sumo do msu igal blura Europe ay example ada ria dal mru wodo subra blur Australia ay example ada ria dal mru au ula IMF family recommend dal mergom lo ase bora Cook Island ma New Zealand a system tira mal simple PGST applies to everything straightforward mengmobiot amaliyun gida ableda proposal irtial el proposal tax reform ase by the balti tial urio uktubo do mes aududira adal longarger edo rasamlo ase al sum ngani asesel mes ois brom sangal logi utiagi del el change ra PGST ngari amoda alel edon ngasera adara bulul ukmalti edon multa dol tobda udo del mortir logi tax refund malum reduction ra tax ma agumra lo ase yagi da gira del lomes el tablol system dice el gotter cloud to tel ngar alsele speaker presidenta senate ngirel kota adar belar alse ese agumra lo ase sea amokte gari demang akmal tial symposium rel alsil sabo moria le do reng stigal expert real sili ngara graduate school ma adrigal adan bulur belal tira amla ngara aigal altoy ndisogal direk nung tial tial mal mereng asulela ambassador asiabal ambassador kasawal selo mungeder alsil madrigal ambassador Australia direk selo mungeder alsil ambassador Turner thank you for joining us direk sadro wais rosia Ablur Australia mal direk al soal on seorgid molon seorgid ra ngesora a tax advisor on molon seorgid ele kadam de lo setiang a ungil tax system klisi ela belu klisi ela ungil geizara belu mang adisa dal mo last del dule ase Benjamin Franklin adille atoy diteblol tor al selak langara guarantee speaker kadam mo math en área tax. Ahí se hay algún título todo mang importante hace ni de darle a tax no gotkit. Ahí se darle a tax el sob akli de ngosugi drabek el sil será el gid hospital mashura adra blur belau. E gida diswa darle ashura adra blur lo hace a moktegar gida de gadol ngase ekla tax mar badar lil mo moklo ngara ipengela olbira glulal sin browsing adra blur. Kada sikro ese kadam karam ruringin mo mdeda ese mo biota dor tautri vais misi ya geizargi de mom sisi alboria tibel sese en ase de lor tawda igel morar adrablu long ase ndi tiso kala se aktimrenga sulela olbira glulaw ma Chamber of Commerce vertial partnership el blado oli el misado vertial ni obrad ya umra lo hacen gida gira del المول من المصادرين مال مرينا سولة أدرى وبيرا قولوا له تقول مرابق البلو ملا السلسة موسو بس أيون نختم لغة تقول بلاو ديقوم راسي audience رجيدا بتقول أدرى بلا نعرا أي كليل تيالو رينجز يقوم راسي most representation أدي بتقول أمريكان but you know I'm reminded that there's only two things by Benjamin Franklin said that there's only two things guaranteed in life death and taxes but I think most importantly what we want to make sure is that we have a tax system that's equitable, efficient, and really helps build a strong foundation of our economy that serves our people. And I think that's the ultimate goal. And I really appreciate the partnership between the OEK, the Ministry of Finance, and most importantly, the Chamber of Commerce. And it's so good today to see so many members of the business community here because I think it's important that we understand, we work together as I shared at the beginning in Palau. I'm sorry for speaking in Palau, but I want the people outside to also hear. Minister Uduy, 24 years ago, first brought this concept and presented when he was Director of Tax, I believe, right? And I know we've been talking about it for a long time, but I think it's time. It's time to move forward. Speaker, President Senate, Tangar Aled, Gadodosi Amlay, Senator Inabo, Senator, Delegate Chairman House Mongur. Ngira del make sure alul. Make sure kata dosi amlay al bogorur te bogotak imra ramet. Hindi kaldil ngarap lu dot tong ni rada mormurt. Ileng namo lui wara kaldi dosa adrim kata gede rabo dom tang tri delegate otto bat waise. Namo time el dungulo rotong alim bol si ermurt. Makmaral di Merenga Suliur Tel and hopefully we'll have a good conference. Sulang Irene, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please, another round of applause for President Whips. Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the next part of our agenda, I'd just like to take this opportunity, representing our chairman and chairperson, and thanking PCC, President of PCC, Patrick Delay, and the Vice President, Tad Niramyor, for use of this space and their assistance in setting the symposium up. Special thanks to the ADB for their support in making this symposium a reality. The IMF and PIFTAC for their technical and advice and assistance to creating this symposium, and of course the USDA Graduate School. But please, President, PHS students, they're here to learn the tax reform and also help with assistance setting up the Palau High School students. Thank you. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask the representative of the Palau Congress from the Senate, Honorable Rugobay Kikuwa Inabo, Chairman of the Ways and Means in the Senate, for her notable remarks this morning. Thank you.
Malungit tutaw. Asusam lamadum kora di mo umul. Di era ko umule yakmal parang sulela His Excellency President Surang Alwips Jr. ay kel malungil al comment teringi nguram lo maskida asel waseng raw ule kada gire dal reform change the tax system ergit. Aktir kan malmerenga sulela Presidenta Senate el maskakatial makmo sabekal mo mungay kal remarks el tutaw. I think I'll speak in English. I'm sorry, I'm so used to speaking in Palau. Senate Bill 11-15, Comprehensive Tax Reform Act of 2021, is probably the most extensive review and overhaul of our Palau tax system since the inception of GRT and import tax that we adopted during the Trust Territory time and since the first government. Palau became a UN Trust Territory after World War II. 1947, Palau was made a part of the United States governed Trust Territory. That was about 75 years ago. Palau became an independent nation in 1981, 40 years of independence. Yet, tax system has remained untouched and unchanged. This is not to say we have not tried to change it. A 2007 tax review task force started the work. Change was strongly recommended but not implemented. In 2014, the 9th OEK introduced the Senate Bill 9-14 to transition from GRT to VAT. Joint Ways and Means Committee of both houses, Senate chaired by then Senator Surangol Jr., and House of Delegates, chaired by then Delegate Shoy Saal, conducted public hearings around Palau, visited every state, and even went to visit Cook Island and New Zealand to ascertain how their VAT works. However, Senate Bill 9-14 did not get enough votes to pass. Assuredly, we can say we started this work 15 years ago and has continued until today. We are here with a more comprehensive tax reform bill because we need to modernize. Again, we need to modernize our tax system. Continuing advancement of our economic growth and striving to sustain the GDP, meaning we need to keep it from sliding backwards, requires a modern tax system. The need for the tax reform is simply cannot be emphasized enough. The world has changed so much. Our economy has grown so much. Highest GDP reached was 300 million in 2018, from 11 million in 1971 to 300 million. Demand a tax regime that can account for 300 million and beyond. Volume and type of economic activities have multiplied close to 30 times. 30 times is 3,000% increase in wealth and prosperity generated through successful development of our tourism sector. The crucial question is it possible to continue this kind of economic growth without change, without modernization? I think we can all say, if we do not modernize, we limit ourselves. There will come a time when economic growth has to be halted because we can no longer manage it. We stop improvement, we stop growth. It would be a great disservice to our nation and our economy and our future if we do not modernize now. A modern tax system more suited to growing economy based on tourism and totally reliant on import must be considered the most important infrastructure upgrade Palau needs. Tax system is a fundamental infrastructure. Our nation needs to continue its growth and to successfully develop tourism and private sector. It also ensures wealth and prosperity generated by successful economic management is shared equitably and translated to sustainable improvement to quality of life for all of us here in Palau. Another very important purpose of this tax reform is to stabilize and broaden the tax base by eliminating the cascading GRT system right here. It is intended to be essentially revenue neutral, though it will shift some of the tax burden from small businesses to importers and will redistribute the tax burden from residents to visitors and tourists by simply levying a 10% PGST on all imported goods, including food and medicine, will rebalance the tax collection. Rebalancing means some of the consumers who have been paying low taxes will see an increase, and those consumers now paying the highest will see a drop in the tax they pay. This adjustment phase could cause temporary price increase, but the end result will be fairness in tax collection. All consumers will be paying the same tax. All of us agree that everyone should pay the same tax without regard to identity, religion, color, status, or bitter not. Ultimately, this Comprehensive Tax Reform Act will increase fairness and provide incentive for growth in the economy. I'm going to show just a short illustration so we can really understand what we're changing. Now, the GRT is being collected from every sale of food and medicine. Since there is zero import tax on food and medicine, the first 4% GRT is collected by the importer, the gray area. The next GRT is collected by the retailer, the orange area. And it's a cascading tax, so it's tax on tax. The next GRT is collected when there is magit or food production using imported food, meaning those selling packaged food at Kamaldil, like chicken and rice, are actually collecting 12% GRT. When we sell bread, we are also collecting GRT. This cascading tax on tax is most burdensome to the person at the end of the line. Most of these people are us, residents. When we buy musubi for breakfast, we pay 12%. When we buy fried chicken for lunch, we're paying 12%. When we buy bread at the AM/PM store, we're paying 12%. But the tourist eating steak at a hotel might be paying only 4%. This inequality is unfair and disadvantageous to us. The tax on household goods and other products is 3% at import. And the same thing happens. What we end up collecting is maybe 15% at the end. The wholesaler and importer collect 7% because they collect the 3% import tax and collect 4% GRT. The first retailer collects 11%. 3 plus 4 plus 4. In a store at Peliliu, if you purchase a tissue, you could be paying 15%. 3 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. If we modernize our tax system, collect BGST 10% at the port, the wholesaler, we get the 10% when the goods come in, and the wholesaler will collect net BGST. they will deduct the first 10% and only get 10% on the value they added. With this example, for something that costs $10, we bring it in and we add freight and other port insurance, maybe 10%. So the total cost is like $11. The tax collected is $1.10. When the wholesaler sells it, if the tax is $1.21, they will deduct the first $1.10. So the net BGST that he's going to collect is only 11 cents. And the first retailer will also deduct all the taxes that has been collected prior, so they will owe only a penny. And then the last person will probably just owe 1/10 of 1 penny when the first 10% of all the taxes has been deducted. This means those selling bento for funeral will be paying 10%. The tax on your musubi will be 10%. The tax on fried chicken at ang SR, they eat a lot of chicken over there, will be 10%. The tax collection has been reversed. So there is really no need to collect the 1/10 of 1 penny. We have collected all the tax, most of the taxes. That's why if your sale is $50,000 or less a year, you don't have to pay taxes. You will just have to pay $25 per quarter. If your sales is from $50,000 to $300,000, you will continue on current GRT system. This gentle transition will help small businesses adapt to new BGST system, and when they choose to change, they're welcome to do so anytime. Side by side, comparing GRT to PGST. GRT starts small and then collect the largest from the last person. PGST, which starts in large amount, ends up collecting net PGST that is the smallest amount. This shifting and rebalancing makes the tax collection equitable and fair. All consumers pay the same 10% PGST from beginning to end. Shifting the burden of tax collection away from small businesses will help them expand and grow, increasing competition, driving better price, and improving service. The shifting and rebalancing causes some price adjustment that may give rise to slight increase, especially for food and medicine, because of the zero import tax now, and because of buying from different stores in the supply chain. Price of fuel will have some increase due to 5 cents per gallon fuel tax. That's going to be changed to 15 cents per gallon carbon tax. In anticipation of possible price adjustment, this comprehensive tax reform proposes a change to tax rates on salaries and wages. Tax on the first 8,000 will remain 6%. The tax rate will decrease from 12% to 10% on wages 8,000 to 50,000, and will remain the same 12% on wages above 50,000. A business profit tax of 12% on net income is proposed for fairness. all earnings will be subjected to the same tax rate. The decrease in tax rate from 12% to 10% will increase the net pay for the wage earners. Plus, the tax refund on earnings that's less than 10,000 a year or less will give some more money to the wage earners so we can mitigate the impact of the price increase, while we achieve reforming our tax system and modernize the tax collection to be more suited and effective for the size and type of economy we have. Will there ever be a right time to reform and modernize the tax system? We have known we need the upgrade, and we know we need to modernize our system for at least 15 years. And our President Surang Alwibs Jr. said it has been 24 years. The first tax review task force started in 2007 because we knew then we needed to change. 15 years has been a long time, and we already know what we need to do, and we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for very nice analysis of the PGST. Please another applause for Senator Inabo. Thank you. Seems we're running out of batteries. The next speaker should have 8 minutes. It's my honor to introduce the Speaker of the House of Delegates, Mr. Stavino Anastasio, for his remarks this morning on the PGST and tax reform.
Malungir tutau, orang ada belau ngartiang ama rumes la tial program relar ngarai kre belau. Tutau rekorga President Surang la Wibs Junior, mga Senate President, dia congratulate la President Minister of Finance, Caleb Udu Junior, dia the megurite the support ngal nagidridil ng okra bitara Minister for the last 1 year in mereka ramama adro ulvira rulau girela a COVID-19. Dia lakmal congratulate ngiling dirga ka COVID metmu umna mocho ramama adro ulvira rulau say indeed imnegire del mlingla ngare de girela osi sebelala COVID. Dia meta tidak proto. Komna wander wasing ngal presidenta Senate ngara mendiakan ngartiang ya chairman awin sen minsra Senate ngara mengadu. E wati agida Olvira Lulau. Olvira Lulau tablol house e sira todo tial tax reform proposal. E gimne aguri nga ma presidenta Senate house ma Senate el wasing ma ta adra Senate mo rongi irganga omtera arang rebelau mungila balgot starter logreor maulmung tiabel asan ringia presidenta Senate mo chairman awin sen means la Senate ulmud adu. Hindi nga kamud adu gire la House of Delegate, then dirga kabun mereka urira adra Senate. Maul ma chairman ramamra House, delegate menggur rabrur orior, adi akal ngartiang dirga kalber dolam, dirga gibo mosu berngi. Although agim mosu berngi dirga kalbon official. Oi mga kangartiang presidenta Senate, lom te ergi de madngeleng tema mga kama presidente edi, makumusu beseng koram etrang reganding agim namur sel tema como agider teler tokladel. Lom setel TV. Aku merang luasnya area time Republic of Palau mo face challenges. Seral gotel termination or terminate a trustship agreement that approve Palau ma amrigel tial trust territory. Emle meraila mur ma lingkuk netara change mula next level a political development trabru Palau. Auril isolai kadumdora compact of free association. Taram de cloud challenge mle with ngael time bolinga referendum el mo o mesengi lo sengaral ngara benefit ngi mangarak tila ng compact of free association. Di lang seral mangay presidenta Senate akan pact giditial enjoyment mutre lang. Elat yagi del tax reform is another challenge mergit. Gidabe kladan madngelo asya ngidil change ang moringar urdubo maruntok. Hindi gire del Akmrenga suler atra Senate. El hold tiagi del Symposium of the Chamber of Commerce. I understand the Russia as senators, ma chairman na Ways and Means Senate, amuban mliwek Palau. El musawad lagi malgirel. Uling itra rekladam silboloran mliwek Palau. Bolsa biul atenta igay. Aktira na mo dura a chairman na Ways and Means sa Senate, mar delegate sa Black Umudadur, tir, masya laborawang esar nga kamong. El director moreng si Sirab Doswek, lomtera blur esar. Di osis aklel tiang, amal cloud tutelel. Gine del understander at ako'y aldorur ringi. Toguni adra blur belaul. Diakate el lo mesa que gidel babier ma egirio adra blur belau lombrar adra olvi ko agim lengil tromter gumiu engar le del ngartiang embasado ringi embasu beringi bringa surela chairman na Ways and Means Senate el malblongil meskit sel ko makai lo otilo sing wangarate tele la apply ra set present system relang mabes ngar alam ak maringa suli el budu komul ngartiang mangar krebelau lo se bodai ngaseu edo su bertiang direct ngar aled el mundo dura radra blid mar muklolab lutui ra do swet ak maringa suli lo se bi ngartiang ingaka umutira ada Senate ada House of ada Senate loro tiang agi man mongil mi ak kentil maklungi olel ingar alam luai serliu para other belau ediga gi bombo saudnya adra House ultria adra Senate kuk mo mereka ureril di dia kal sebe kar mi agi tio mentril malekora state ramame agi mentril lego edia kom oit ngarian muklolab ngarol birak lulau make sure ikat mawin su bitiang man mangay malaking diak. Tinegel sokal jo maklat karar belau lo miset tel TV lo asya a sistema olvira lulau ang ngaria ede lo mengiwel ala audasul molla la imol blay ma ong ede lo mengiwel el ngara Senate Mura Presidenta Senate, Amina Sendringin Mura Presidenta Blur Belau. Lakal sign ringi, ngaria te elen disagree ringi soal change ringi, mu teroduru clean me. Tara mengiwera house, atara mengiwera Senate. Makadum sada 8 consideration agan tablol play. Dia kan sebakar ngbiu. Ikadang ngun mora masil musu beri man boklir. Oi. Yang moriak lau marar ngbiu, agyom ter ngbiu, musu batoy lomdas surar beklad rablur belau. Omam sulang.
Please, let's give our speaker another round of applause, please, as well as our entire keynote panel. This brings the formalities of our ceremony to a close. I'd like to ask our keynote speakers, Mr. President and everyone, to come to the center for a photo opportunity before we break for 10 minutes for a little bit of coffee. And thank you very much. Another round of applause, please, for a good morning on tax reform. Thank you. Yep, right in the center, please. Thank you, everyone. And there's fresh coffee and tea, pastries. We'll take a 10-minute break and come right back to presentation. We're going to set up for a live Zoom call-in, video call-in from the Graduate School USA after the break. Thank you.
the work begins. So the business community who are here and more concerned that they need translators, thank you for your patience. Now the work begins. It'll be in English, starting with our very first presenter. Okay, thank you.
So la Madam Chairman, Olgril, seguido lo gorngia Irene Luasing, la momrexel guknet temela arom tergid la government el mes clitial reform la tax, la toda das lo se tegida ungil mokter do mak su el la tax, el año omu la urior. El presentation sa el tutau amom ay sap tokol gida gida del mudengay, el mosabe el reform la tax la balur belau. Mabo lo mu la kotel presentation coming from Honolulu, Hawaii, is economist Kevin O'Keefe of the Graduate School, USA. If we can put him on Zoom, thank you very much. Mr. O'Keefe will be presenting on the fiscal state of the ROP's tax system, as well as the economic outlook of the economy. Mr. O'Keefe, you're on, sir, and thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Ungel Tutao, and thank you, MC. I cannot see who's there, but I can certainly pass my salutations and thank you for the opening remarks from His Excellency, President Sarango Whips Jr., from the good chairwoman, Senator Inabo, from the Honorable Speaker, Anastasio, and with that, I'd like to begin my presentation with the outline. We're calling this an economic and fiscal update, but it's very much a mini update. I can promise you there's only 5 slides. Contractually, as an economist, we're not allowed to give a presentation without at least a handful of slides, but we'll be fairly thorough in going over the implications of those slides. Palau has gone through and is going through a major impact. Despite being blessedly COVID-free, COVID-19 has had a major impact on the economy. And we'll look at that, and we'll look at the impact on tourism as well. No surprise that there's a flow through from an economic impact to a fiscal impact. And we're going to look at the fiscal situation with and without tax reform. And then we're going to look at the fiscal situation, particularly with the borrowing from the Asian Development Bank to reduce the impacts that otherwise would have been experienced. And I'll give you a measure for what that mitigation effort provided in terms of relief. And finally, just a couple of my own comments, although I realize they're not as studied and not as precise as those of Chairwoman Inabo. So I'll be happy to go through them very quickly. She's presented a good rationale already. So starting with the mini update on the economy. Here we have the annual change in gross domestic product of the Palauan economy, starting with FY18 and showing the major drop in 20 and 21. Now, the major drop in FY20 was on only 7 months of the year. Palau had about a little over 4 months, close to 5 months of fiscal year 20 before the impact of COVID and the closing of the borders started to hit the economy. FY21 is pretty much the whole year will be affected by COVID-19, even if there's a very small recovery in tourism to opening up the corridor with Taiwan. And you can see that if we went back even much further before FY18, Palau has typically had GDP growth or decline in the range of -2 to 3% per year. Rarely has it been in large numbers, including double digits, that we see in FY20. So the economy as a whole, measured by the production of goods and services, contracted from FY20 compared to FY19, which was already a difficult year, by 8.7%. We're projecting, with data that was used through the first few months of FY21, a further decline of 13.7%. Now, when we add those two together, we'll see that the total COVID-19 reduction in GDP was about 21%. That's virtually unheard of for Palau in modern economic times. And I imagine there are people in the room, business owners in particular, chamber members, who feel very much the brunt of that 21% decline. That 21% decline was not evenly shared across the economy for several reasons. Obviously, the government was mostly unaffected. Grants continued as planned. Revenues only went down about 5%, and aid was made available from Palau's international partners. Now, the private sector, which is an important part of the economy of Palau, actually declined by much more than the average of 21% for the whole economy. So if you're feeling like 21% is an understatement of how it affected you and your business, that's true, because the private sector was more deeply affected than the government sector. We're going to talk a little bit about disposable income and what households were likely felt, but we know that the aid, the donor support, particularly from the US through the CARES Act, the Palau support through the CROSS Act, in part funded with support from the donors, made a big difference in supporting incomes of households. And we'll get to that a little bit later. You can see to the right part of the screen, if you can see the rightmost part of the screen, we're projecting a very strong recovery starting in the last quarter of 21, but swamped by the first 3 quarters of 21. And that recovery is very strong in 22 and 23. And in fact, by FY23, end of FY23, the economy will be back to where it was in FY18. On our projections, with a fairly slow return to tourism, but a very steady growth in tourism on an ongoing basis. So we see the Taiwan corridor opening, making a small difference for the remaining months of this fiscal year, supporting a recovery in 22. And we see, let me go to the next slide, where we see tourism. Obviously, tourism drives the private sector and supports economic growth. So we've seen 4 years of steady decline in tourism numbers, only 20 and 21 due to the impact of COVID. Now, that decline from FY18 to FY19 looked like it was going to turn around. In fact, from October of 2019 through February of 2020, the first 5 months of the fiscal year 2020, tourism was looking like it was going to exceed the 115,000 number. It was on track for a full recovery to 2018 numbers. Now that immediately got shut down in March and has stayed shut down for the most part until the last several weeks. Looking forward, the projections are for modest growth recovery by FY24 to the numbers that we started out with in FY19. In calendar year 19, the last quarter, and back to the level of FY18. Now after that, it definitely requires a crystal ball to know what will happen to tourism in Palau. But the physical plant, the tourism rooms, including high quality rooms and medium quality rooms, can support the FY30 projected number of 180 some thousand. That's not a prediction per se that that's where the tourism industry is going. I know that Palau's tourism plan, sorry, I'm fixing my power. Palau's tourism plan is for high value tourism, not high volume tourism. But that number in FY30 of over 185,000 represents a 55% capacity utilization of the rooms that were being utilized in the first 4 months of FY20. So we don't think it's over optimistic. We do think it would be beneficial to have higher value, lower volume, but we think the contribution to the economy would be as strong or stronger if you leveled off at 130 or 140,000, but with higher value, higher spending, less price sensitive tourists. And I think when we talk about the tax reform, we'll talk about price sensitivity as well. Now, what's happening to the fiscal situation as a result of the deep decline of the economy and the somewhat less steep decline of revenues? You can see in 20 and 21, expenditures rising. Those are expenditures mostly supported not by the previous tax base and revenue base, but by additional grants, additional support, and additional borrowing to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. And you can see without tax reform is what we're showing in this chart. Without tax reform, there is really no year until probably FY31, which is not on the chart, where the expenditures and revenues are in complete balance. In other words, we're projecting without tax reform deficits for the whole period. I'm going to add one line to this. You can see that over 90 million of deficits have been accrued during the time period FY20 to FY22, supported by about $90 million of borrowing. The medium blue line, not the dark black dash line, but the medium blue line is with moderate tax reform. And one of the important features of the tax reform that we're going to talk about is that the tax reform is actually more buoyant, more responsive to economic growth. So as the economy is growing, a modernized tax system is going to capture growth rather than remaining relatively stagnant or not keeping up with the growth of the economy. And you can see in this circumstance, by FY28, roughly, the fiscal balance is restored and the economy is, the fiscal situation is strengthening. Now, to be clear, this revenue with tax reform number, revenue without tax reform, and expenditures, the expenditures includes the cost of servicing the debt that preceded COVID-19 and debt that's being used to recover or to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. So it's expenditures plus debt servicing. I'm going to switch now to what's happening to the reserves of the government. And we're going to set FY20 as the 100%. And you can see that due to the year after year deficits until FY30, the deposits in the government's coffers, in the treasury itself, are declining every year until FY30. So although in FY20 the government was in a strong and very sustainable fiscal position. That is reduced to less than 60% of the reserves over the coming years if there's no tax reform. And of course, the reason for the reserves is to be able to be resilient and prepare for any subsequent economic or fiscal shocks that may hit Palau. And here I'm going to take just a minute to say Palau has received some benefit from both being, it's received a huge benefit from remaining COVID-free, but it's received more attention from its donor partners, including the US and other donors, because this has been a global pandemic, because the attention of all the donors has been addressing COVID-19. There have been times in Palau's past, even when there was the Asian flu, even when there was the financial crisis, when donors were not so quick to respond, and Palau had to essentially limp through other economic and fiscal shocks without a major support from a US CARES Act or from emergency response and lending authority from the Asian Development Bank. So there needs to be reserves to prepare for that. You can see that the reserves do dip down below the 2020 level to about maybe 80%. But by FY30, the reserves are actually on a track to continue growing above what they were in FY20. And our team, the EconMap team from Graduate School USA, would argue that that would then put Palau again in a situation where it could consider itself to be resilient to unknown future shocks. So a desirable level of reserves. Now let's talk about debt. In order to move through FY20 and 21 and into 22 with tourism with tourism completely shut down and not fully recovered until the end of FY22, the beginning of FY23, Palau has access to and has already accessed substantial borrowing. In the end, it has access to about $90 million to cover the full deficits that it would have created during the economic and fiscal shock. Now that actually puts Palau in a fairly unattractive, undesirable level of debt in the years 21, 22, before the economy is growing again substantially, of over 80% of the size of its economy. Now Palau, as a medium developed country, would be considered, the target would be either 60% of GDP or ideally 30% or less of GDP. So Palau was in a perfect position prior to FY20 and has now moved to an undesirable position, but for reasons of protecting Palauan households, businesses, and keeping the economy ready to restart. What that means for debt repayment, debt service will go from 10% that has been the typical level up to 20% of domestic revenues. Now this is not total revenues, this is essentially the taxes and fees collected by the government. But a substantial portion of that will go up as a result of debt servicing. Our team has argued that Palau will be in good shape with economic recovery, and that Palau should take advantage of borrowing that's available to it, but perhaps not utilize all of the borrowing if it can, control expenditures and get through the COVID-19 period without utilizing, by drawing down, but without fully utilizing all of the available debt. We could see that this debt situation could be compressed and the recovery to good status could be accelerated. I'm wondering, MC, if I could take questions on the economic charts, if there are any, or should I just go straight to the next section?
Go to the next section, sir, and then
Thank
we'll
you.
finish up with discussion questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the lending that was provided mostly by the ADB for the COVID recovery, the funding could be as much as 90 million when all the borrowing is said and done. But it was clearly to be able to be responsive to the needs and to be prepared for, God forbid, if there had been a breakout, to keep essential government operations, to mitigate the impact on individuals and businesses. And recall that I said that the impact on GDP was about 21%. As a result of the spending from the mitigation programs, the Palauan economy, disposable income fell by only 11%. And aggregate demand fell by only about 5%. So there may have been some businesses that were better off because demand was very well protected through the spending of government revenues and government borrowing. There certainly were the vast majority of households that were protected and suffered maybe only half of the pain that would have otherwise affected them absent the mitigation programs. Now, to support that, the ADB basically asked Palau to commit to fiscal reforms, including in that is tax reforms, but also ways in which the fiscal operations are managed, and to look at ways to improve the environment for private sector growth. Now, having been involved in that process, that involved three pieces. PFM is public financial management, trying to improve the quality of public financial management, mostly through improved reporting and transparency. I believe the Fiscal Responsibility and Debt Management Act is with the OEK. It specifies key principles of responsible fiscal operations, and it calls for a fiscal strategy essentially with each new administration, or whenever there's a major change in fiscal outlook. PFM reform really focuses on the action items to make sure each principle is achieved in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, but also to look at pro-growth reforms, regulatory and institutional reforms to enhance private sector growth. Now, these were considered actions to be taken in conjunction with the borrowing to be offered. But I can say with a high degree of conviction, having been involved with Palau for many years and having been involved with the intentions of the last administration leading into the new administration, Palau has not been asked to do anything that it wasn't planning already to do as part of its own commitment to public financial management reform and its own commitment to improving public expenditure and financial accountability, another term called PFA. Now, on taxes, why tax reform? As the president and chairwoman detailed, the current system has been in place roughly without major change since the trust territory days. It's by no means like the tax systems that existed in the US at that time. And in fact, I've been told that the GRT system was built primarily on a state sales and use tax in the state of Maryland, which has long since been modified and changed. But what's most important is not how old the tax system is, but what how unfit it is for the structure of the current economy. In the old trust territory economy, you had wages and spending in stores. But now you have a major tourism industry, and the current tax system, believe it or not, does not capture as much from the tourism sector as the new system is designed to do. So a portion, in fact, a significant portion of any increased take would be coming from non-Palauans and even non-residents from the tourism sector. Not from the business operators, from the tourists themselves. So the tourism economy begs for a change. Taxes have not been rising with economic growth. Economists use the term buoyancy. We really want to see that with economic growth, taxes will rise without having to change rates, change thresholds, or change entire tax policy. Because as the economy grows, so too the needs of the government grow to deliver services, but also to support through capital investment the growing economy. And finally, in the current system, the tax burden is not distributed fairly. One example is that there's no direct tax on businesses at all. Businesses feel that they're paying the business gross revenue tax, but it operates like a sales tax, except for the fact that businesses do not get the benefit that they will get in the future if there is passage of the Palau GST, the PGST, because every penny that businesses spend now on GRT, on their intermediate goods and their capital equipment is not reimbursed. But under a PGST system, capital intensive businesses, new businesses, businesses building up inventories will actually get credits that will help them in their business operations. So what are the principles of a good tax system? The costs of administration and compliance need to be kept low. Economic distortions need to be minimized. It should be easy for taxpayers to comply, but it should be pretty hard for them to avoid compliance. And again, when the nuts and bolts are described, there are some parts of the new tax system that support improved compliance and give the tax collectors an improved information base to make sure that taxpayers are paying their fair share. The BGRT, even though it's not a business tax, has actually been hard on low margin businesses, on startup businesses, and on capital intensive businesses. And finally, on a worldwide basis, looking at both developed and developing countries, it's sort of a rule of thumb that the business sector should pay a fair share. And this is not related, they're not talking about the marginal rate, 10%, 12%, 30%. They're talking about the total tax collected from business as a share of GDP. So most South Pacific countries are above 3%. Canada, Japan, and Germany are at about 3%. The US is just barely over 1%. And Palau, if we credit the business for the taxes they pay on their inputs, is less than 0.5%. And would double in the new tax reform to about 1%. So it would still not be a particularly high burden on the business sector. And as a share of GDP, they would be at least beginning to pay into the tax coffers. And let me stop there with if there are any questions. Or MC, we can wait until later in the day.
You will be with us the whole day, right?
I promise.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll leave the discussions to the, but Delegate Octave has a quick question. Yep. bringing him a microphone. Thank you.
Sula Director. Thank you, Minister. My question to Mr. Keith is the pro-growth concept in the slides, pro-growth economic for private sector. How is Palau going to benefit in the private sector when Palau is very dependent on foreign labor? So if we expect the foreign labor to be part of the consumers for the money to recycle, when in fact it's not really the case, how can we solve that as a problem or as part of a solution? Palau is dependent on foreign labor to the pro-growth scheme for private sector. How is that, Sulang?
Okay, Delegate, that's a very good question, and Palau does have that unique situation where growth, particularly in the tourism sector, is likely to lead to growth in foreign labor, given the fact that Palauan labor is almost fully employed, a very, very high percentage of labor force participation. Well, several answers come to mind. First of all, the tax reform system, as well as the Social Security system, will both benefit from increased foreign labor. Now, we're not commenting on the fairness of that or even whether it's by design, but just by measuring and by modeling, we can see that the new tax system and the current Social Security system benefit substantially from the participation of foreign labor. Secondly, of course, foreign labor does spend money in the local economy, even though remittances are a prominent part of their reason for being here. But more importantly, I think, would be to open up, and I believe this is one of the President's key private sector growth initiatives, is to create financial industry benefits that bring in injections of foreign capital, utilize mostly Palauan labor, as financial centers tend to do, and also bring in net benefits to the government. So the idea is not to get every penny. That's not possible if you're relying on foreign labor, but to have improving institutional systems, both the tax reform, Social Security, and if there was a focus on a financial center approach as part of broadening your economic growth base beyond simply tourism, all of those would benefit the economy as a whole and would benefit Palauan entrepreneurs and, in the long run, Palauan households.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. We have a couple of more questions. We have a good maybe 5 minutes for questions until the next presentation, but we are all welcome to come back to Mr. O'Keefe. But the next question, please. Thank you.
Thank you. You have one of your slides, you show that 2022 and 2024, 2023, you see an increased growth in the domestic, domestic product growth, about 12% in 2022, and am I seeing that correctly? Yeah, and 11% in 2023. What is that attributed to?
So this is the easy kind of growth, recovery back to the norm. It's basically bringing all workers back into employment and it's bringing spending in the local economy back up to prior rates. And it's supported by the projected recovery, not quite full, but projected recovery of the tourism sector. So it's much easier to recover after such a large decline. It's really the growth in 24, 25, and thereafter that's most important for the long-term well-being of Palau. Not just the recovery, but the sustained growth. And you can see we're projecting sustained growth of 2.9%. That's compared to 0.9% over the recent decade or so. 0.9, not 2.9. So 2.9 would be an admirable growth rate for Palau to achieve.
Thank you. Let's see. I'm in the tourism sector, and I have businesses. I had to close down my restaurant because of that, because of the COVID. Now, we see the drop on the GDP, and because our economy is based on tourism alone, from your profession, what can you advise us on what other industries can we start here in Palau so that we don't have that drop in case something like the COVID or any other pandemic restarts again in the whole world? How would you advise us on that issue?
Okay, so I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit provocative or different than what people talk about when they talk about economic diversification. I think Palau should be aiming for tourism plus. Palau's tourism product is so special, so unique, and so perfect for the improving overall trend of global tourism that Palau should continue to make every effort to get the most benefit while being sustainable environmentally, not the biggest number, but the biggest value from tourism. And then it should, plus on that, a fiscal policy that keeps it much more able to deal with knowable cyclical shocks. In other words, having reserves in place for cyclical shocks. And it should try to increase in one or two other smaller areas, like creating a financial center, like being an alternative to Hong Kong and Singapore for some investors. Doing it in a way that's consistent with global demands for not being a pure tax haven and not being a money laundering site. But Palau could take the high road and plus up its economic benefits on top of a really strong tourism product. And there may be some other areas where Palau's high level of education, high level of English, and educated workforce might be able to be utilized in a way that allowed Palauans to either come home or stay home. And that's a short answer to a really good question, and one that's going to be the focus, I'm sure, of economic development plans for years and decades to come.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe, for that, and I thank the audience for really good questions. But let's move forward with two more presenters, and Mr. O'Keefe will be on, and the presenters will be here to answer further questions. So a round of applause for Mr. O'Keefe. Thank you. And it's back to the work, which now I will ask the Director of the Bureau of Revenue and Taxation, Mr. Reinhard Silas, for a comprehensive look at tax reform for the country.
If you can just scroll, follow mine. Good morning, everyone. This morning, I'm gonna give an overview of the proposed legislation that covers this comprehensive tax reform package, which is the core subject of this today's symposium. Before I start going through the slides here, I just want to remind everyone that there's a number of fact sheets or information sheets that we have in the back with our team sitting in the back. They provide a very useful sets of information on what this tax reform is made of. So please feel free to collect them, including the copy of this presentation that I have up on the slide. It's very useful, so please grab it and read through it. And with that, I ask that you read the English version and to go along with what our leaders said this morning. I ask that I explain the presentation in Palauan for our general Palauan population's benefit. So for the non-Palauan speakers, please just follow through the English slides that we hard copies that we have for you. You've heard the presenters earlier. They've given us the state of the economy and as well as our public finances and what the outlook looks like to justify why we need this tax reform. And this tax reform is best captured in the proposed legislation before our Congress today. So the legislation is called SP or Senate Bill 11-15 has I think there's roughly 18 sections into it. So there's no way we can sum up this nearly 100-page legislation here within 20 to 30 minutes. So we're just going to give you highlights of it. And I will proceed in Palauan, please. Mura Section 1, of course, and Diwaigalbek bill before our Congress. Ay legislative findings. Smodi atletal. I don't know why the mic is doing this on my turn, but Kabiang tingay bill bill before Congress ang upload nga niya legislative findings smodi amok bill ma direct justify ni la singra ul todo bersegi del bill singra section 1 mura section 2 mo repeal real time at tax system lang niya best ngudimok peldok Title 40 Close part Title 40 ra Palau National Code. Makmob refer more say mo singaria repeal say ako replacing ilo bay gaygitel PSL ludas peldok gaygitel comprehensive tax reform. Ma section 2 mo repeal ra chapter 12 ra 40 PNC mo dia kat GRT net income mo replace ni lo ba PGST Palau Goods and Services Tax gaygitel all sa dinga presenters esel aigel GRT bol repealer niya di mortirigel Moses ber gaygitel PSL propose tax system lo mo niya se Palau Goods and Services Tax. The mortigel bol registered tir el okay. A PGST amo apply mo igel show while 3 crossover tira affected raka 300,000 more bab. Said GRT system lang nila lang di bol maintaining mo igel show why turnover tira taraka murtra dorong lela. Okay mil telael ma edel dart telael $50,000 to $300,000. Section 3 amo amend ra chapter 10 ra 40 PNC amo eda bebi ra the definitions ra tokora tax. Un more section 4 ang direct mo eda bebi ra definitions المصمادة الترتيلة أروا الامبلون غادي other mo dosen business owner di ngai tigel gup mo associates el body definer tir di gup pornia mondaira tretele assessment ngadi apel duk pesela apel proposal ni la sem garam assess sel wal fair market value ra aklal malun service or supply of goods and services. Chapter 5 yang amo di proposal mo o di sel udra wage and salaries tax el time el time gidar murtra mo sugra I get first el telael ra karkaniem ra sila tarak ang tax ni ra elon malbasen 6%. And I get over 8,000 more at 12%. I get the proposal comprehensive tax mo restructuring I get the salary band tax rates el mo admission three levels of taxation at proposal mo apply. This is key part ni sel proposal mo ase at taxel I get first 10,000 el gargarngem al sila tarak ay gayal propose ase move til maya or other belaw lowrior tedi mortigal other belaw morar other belaw lowrior. Section 6 el timing generally while the one type two type assessment gimorul Lingara deske adita siobay, malubo mora field mora siobay, tinga proposal mo expand the types assessment, the rule over pekpadinga siobay. Section 7 amo yagit sel tara mo esel bol proposal ngin mo smisi atretelat over or tela tax rapid sales الmo skida se موت الدوائر الكليسي السبعة الجالوبيس معلوم tax authorities رابلور بلاو أمو collect third parties ديال ديل الال timing كاول taxpayer أيجاب أو شوبا أيجاب السم دين ديال سالم سيسي الال times أمل إن لك رجال مورا أبن جيم معلوم أدل أو رجال taxpayer though they collect دي jadi adalah amo proposal mos misia igigidal tretal mos amlogi ungi ekalekta adu tax igel tax dura shobargaw palumagaw at from other people tira palumi institution order kadaw dude malukta orgaw daw direct mos misi isel klisi kaul at kaul shobay maadang ari apal semra tax and sabaamel sumagim la determining el sendegal sbm el hara taksem motgib el mared el segel di jalobis as el sisa ko klem mal umeng igel klal rasyobail do mral sing ngaria bal yurngil si el mail hara abal semra tax. Section 8 igel el time force ngania penalties ma interest of meodel el hara bal igel taksem yang mosmisi ay gigidel mo provide a multal sisi el tretal misamal mo o will make lawyer make sure sir ada mo comply lo ngela tax laws ra ablur belaw yalla kau taxpayer o mol waisel dia kam haraba taxem el time you're going to como haraba multal clow embring le meredes el penalty ma interest se moktegar ngia mo rulid our taxpayers mag mobile oil file e hara taxe dalan time direct mo clarify gel ngar leader on ngani gel show while mo mother ad malut simmer apom e akorta mo assign administrator ma our trustees el time ngora Tergibel mit uta tetelela sa di mall musegid ngara lo yudil mo ngegid trustee itiagid la propose la se obam trustee ngari mo mobla takl kau trustee aklo ngar lem diwang gel adul le owner tel shobay el gilem el file e haray el tax ya lak e mangal mo baring la yegi the penalty ma interest labes el follower tel slide, so if you can move I don't have the I'll talk through the slide. So I'm on section 8 now. Section 8. Okay, take it. I think it's most of it. A little more up, just a little bit up. Yeah, I have a. Okay. I think that's it. I'm missing a few. Doing the plasma 5, 6, 7. Need for a. Follow our slide for number 10. Number 10. Yang amo amend Title 37 ra PNC. El sel ulas el balduk resel Senate bid. Amo exempt Muruli Palau Public Utilities Corporation, PPUC. Amo degal exempt from taxation. El timing vital state enterprise or kumpali na government ng ngil para tax a PPUC. Ay gel rest tam lang mo start al hara tax. Maungit ng sel el bill ak mase may bol der murtra tol murur tel tax system mo tapsul bol hara tax a PPUC. Section 12 amo remove ay gel because kita mo proposal more value-added tax or Palau goods and services tax. The more repeal is import tax or say general import tax at 3%. Would klalo marami so is babol dil pal apply sa PGST. Chapter 13 na di modify na igel bebira miscellaneous tax. 14 merit tax sa 14. Under the section miscellaneous tax ongital mo o may continue elal time la ablal reconfirming ya Supreme Court Traveler Belaw list ra utum at the tax applies sa 4% the GRT rate. Tubet sa longit ang sel section na se tolmol el collect el tolmol collect sa taxela alis raut et mulo special section el lado loop to repealing but section 13 direct shall highlight ng sa business profits tax tamla mention it will go and there they propose Palau goods and services tax. Either consumer Sahara tax rabital either Hara tax. Shoba dia. Sige gidan butatli madolgid ngisa bodrur tabsul tretara taxation asyoba migirin mohara taxi. So business profits tax. Section 14 Dirgel more PTSD instead of section 14. A license fee for non-registered. Tigel one category say 3. Tigel sugura 50,000 el Rio el shobayar al sila tarak. Amode al hara tax din di mo one el fee al peringi dart klura a year tarak. So that's about $25 a quarter. Yang malungil leng tabi machinam kirel shobal crossover of 50,000 a year. Normally at taxem erul telael 2,000. Edi bom hararat adart klura tarage daswing mal mo help bakarokla tokal kirel shobay si mo contribute more tax base rig. Section 15 mo because modiaka sige the general import tax about repealing mo PGST ay get rokuil taxes mo sa excise tax include wa alcohol, ma rum, ma bottled water, ma washidosya
sila siya ay gay bo the lump under say the one group for excise tax. Sale carbon tax elal time ida harawa 5 cents per gallon tax. Sel to sisbi alu report say kita taxel 5 cents imol karong. Ongit al sel tial legislation ongit sa tungos mo 15 cents tarma claim cents ra imol karong madumom godor ngi mas carbon tax lagi da throughout the years lagi dam lamo environment champion. Next page please. I think that's it. Back. Finally, for Section 18 is legislation, and ulit la sa gumumo Kongresa pasityan mo within the next by next week. I mean, the next few weeks. That's my wishful thinking, and I'm pretty sure tamla assurance congressional leadership say we can expect something in the coming weeks. But in the event of Congress passing in Molla, yang mo take effect immediately, mo take effect January 2023. Roughly about 2 years from Eral Sils, Emergoya President, o kiw yang abola amo tutkiya Aldabel, Kigrel Aldabel, will consist of other government, private sector, el mo mulunseol implement tial pesel mga pola len yang pesel teletara tax pesel daso itering street na mongara ogol mo with the ragal kultur tiagi the GRT system mo tumubol mora adapt tra pesing tiagal sa edel di lulil mola en base o tutit man mo ngil os biase sen time maptoklo daso parat nga siobay makabalmenten mo ol tautani mo president Palau mo mulut steering committee mo ngesera o tutel tial daso mola segi di general overview tial legislation ya by best rolel subi man mo ngil tega time subi ulit tebora website Ministry of Finance or mo escra ISS team Ministry of Finance mo post sa website and see you'll access online copy legislation may get baby information sheets pansaw.
Sulang Director Tax Reinhard Silas kulung tiadru tumsa aprot ako makailam so dela kala. This is on, right? Yes. I know we may have questions for Mr. Silas, but let's move on to the next presenter that will be brought in via Zoom online. Mr. David Piper of the IMF, who is an IMF Tax Administration Advisor, will be on momentarily. And right after Mr. Piper, we can go to questions for Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Piper, and O'Keefe, if there are any. Mr. Piper, do you hear us? We see you. Do you hear us? Meantime, I'd like to remind everyone to please silence your phones. It does affect the live feed and interruption of the speaker. Thank you. Mr. Piper, do you hear us? If you can hear us, please unmute yourself on the bottom right of your screen. Right? Bottom right there. Are there any questions for Mr. Silas?
I hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Right in the nick of time. Thank you, sir. And you're on?
I am unmuted.
Okay. We're ready for you, and thank you for being on board.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? I am unmuted as well.
We can hear you. If you can hear us, or if you can message him saying we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, hang on. This is David Piper. You can hear me? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, let's... All right, have you got... Kevin, I think you need to mute. Yeah, you can hear David Piper, is that correct?
David, good morning. This is Reinhardt. We can hear you loud and clear, and you're up on the screen before the audience. You can proceed with your presentation, please.
Yeah, you can hear David Piper, is that correct?
Good. Everything is good on our side. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I'm getting feedback on. Yes. Thank you. Unfortunately, Reinhardt, I am getting feedback on the line when I talk. Okay, all right. Look, good morning. I'd like to acknowledge the notable attendees and thank the Okay, I'll take my... Okay, I'd like to acknowledge the notable attendees and thank the organisers for the opportunity to participate in this symposium. I'd certainly like to congratulate the organising committee for their logistics and streaming through YouTube and being able to participate through Zoom. My task today is to explain the basics of PGST, and I would like to thank the Honourable Chairwoman of the Senate, Ways and Means Committee, for her informative explanation of PGST, as it certainly makes my task a lot easier. The tax reform information sheets you have received today are designed to help your understanding of the breadth of the changes being proposed, and most of what I'll say today is covered in the second fact sheet on PGST. The one-page summary of the legislation that Reinhardt just went through will help you navigate the new legislation. As you'll see, tax reform involves not only replacing outdated taxes, but also strengthening tax administration, which means a simpler tax system to administer and for taxpayers to comply with, resulting in reduced costs of compliance for taxpayers and a fairer tax system where it'll be harder to avoid. So, on to PGST. There's a copy of the fact sheet that I referred to. Now, PGST is a tax on consumption. The Palau Goods and Services Tax is a tax on the consumption of most goods and services. Other countries call it a consumption tax or a value-added tax. They're basically all the same. Each country has slightly different rules, but what I will say is with Palau that you're benefiting from 20, 30 years of other countries going through it and changing their systems. So the goods and services tax that Palau is looking to introduce is a really good system. It's a broad-based tax, which means it applies to most consumption with few exceptions. PGST is collected in stages. Now, 60 to 70% of PGST will be collected by customs at the border, and the remainder will be collected by larger businesses and government entities on the value added during the manufacture, production, distribution and supply processes. Larger businesses do not bear the cost of PGST, they just collect the tax. Smaller businesses do not bear the cost of PGST, as they usually pass on PGST they pay to customers. End consumers bear most of the cost of PGST. It's a consumption tax, and the end consumers, when they consume goods and services, that's when the tax is paid. PGST tax rate is a flat rate of 10% unless it's zero rated, and we'll talk about that. And PGST is accounted for on a cash basis. Okay, where else is a consumption tax implemented? Over 150 countries. Most of Palau's trading partners have a consumption tax. All OECD countries except the USA. In the Pacific, there's a whole range of countries that have a consumption tax, and FSM, Palau and RMI are actively considering implementing. Now, the PGST impacts for business and government entities. Large businesses must charge PGST on all taxable supplies they make. That's their sales and the services they provide. Smaller businesses can opt in, but they don't have to. Now, businesses need to decide whether to participate in PGST collection. Now, compulsory participation, as was mentioned earlier, if the annual gross revenue from taxable sales of goods and services is $300,000 or greater, then the business must register for collection. Now, there's around 1,250 existing business taxpayers in Palau. And of those, the top 150 are above 300,000. So Palau knows at least there'll be 150 businesses in the system. And interesting, these 150 businesses currently collect 90% of GRT. So the top businesses. Now, it's optional participation in it if your annual gross revenue is between 50,000 and 300,000. And that gets a lot of businesses, small businesses that wish to be in it, they can go in it. Now, below 50,000, that's your small micro businesses. They, with the record keeping and the extra sort of effort in issuing all the invoices, at the moment they're not in the system, and what they'll do instead is pay a special license fee of $100 a year that'll be collected quarterly. So there's a lot of businesses below 50,000, so they don't collect PGST when they make sales. Government entities, including state-owned enterprises and public corporations, must register if making taxable supplies. So the $300,000 gross income threshold doesn't apply to government entities. So if they're making taxable supplies, they must register. Now, the PGST registered businesses lodge a monthly tax return, and they pay the PGST balance owing, or they get a refund for excess input tax paid. And I'll talk about that more a bit later. The non-registered businesses are input tax and cannot claim input tax credits. What input tax means is non-registered business, when they buy something from a registered business, they pay PGST when they buy it. So, but they can't pass that on to their customers. So it's a business expense for the business, and what normally will happen is that non-registered business will just include the PGST that they pay when they buy their business inputs. They include it in their markup, and so when they finally sell to a consumer, the consumer ends up paying the PGST. It's just the non-registered business is not just charging the PGST tax on the last bit of the value added that the non-registered business will pay. Now, I'll explain that a bit later, but the main thing here is registered businesses, they charge PGST when they make sales, and non-registered business do not. Now, PGST registered businesses, they will pay business profit tax if they make a profit, and businesses account for PGST and business profits tax at the taxpayer level, which is at the TIN level, rather than at the business license level like GRT. So if you're a company and you've currently got 4 businesses separate that you've got registered as under 4 different business licenses, currently you have to account for GRT 4 times. With tax reform, that's simplified, and you now just lodge one PGST return that covers you as a taxpayer. Now, who collects PGST? Well, there must be a business activity to collect PGST on taxable sales. So it's businesses and it's government entities. PGST business activity definition, it includes government entities providing services for a fee, for example, issuing a license or a permit, but it does not include hobbies or leisure activities where no profit is involved. So to register for PGST, there needs to be a business activity. Now, large businesses, they're in, and smaller businesses, they can opt in. Now, national and state governments and agencies, state-owned enterprises, public corporations, if they're making taxable supplies, they're in. Now, customs collects PGST on imports at ports and airport, and the post office collects PGST on imports via mail. Now, PGS documentation, very important part of the system, and there's not much. First of all, there's a custom declaration. Basically, they exist now, and when they're issued, time of import, and the documentation will provide, as they do now, the details of the importer, the goods imported, but importantly, the PGST value and the PGST tax paid. Now, the importer needs that to claim PGST input tax credit. Now, a PGST invoice. Now, registered businesses, when they make a sale or they provide services, at the time of supply, they issue a PGST invoice. And this is a document stating an obligation to make a payment for a taxable supply. Now, it's needed by the purchaser to claim PGST input credit. So the PGST invoice is important. Now, if you think of importers, they pay 10% to customs, and then when they want to sell to a wholesaler or a retailer, they issue a PGST invoice to the purchaser, and that has on it how much they're charging plus the 10%. And then the wholesaler wants that PGST invoice because they need to claim an input tax credit for that, and that goes right through the whole system. So one of the inbuilt sort of benefits of the PGST is that invoices track right through, follow the goods right through until final consumption, and because there is a paper trail and it's harder to avoid. Now, the other two PGST documentation that are important are credit notes and debit notes, and they're for adjustments. An input for a credit note, input tax credit on the original PGST invoice was incorrect. Too much PGST was charged, and the debit note, too little PGST was charged. Now, this documentation is issued by customs on import and by PGST registered businesses making a taxable supply. So that's the seller issues it, and they issue it to another PG registered business making a credible acquisition, which is the purchaser. So now with adjustments, the requiring a credit or debit note, when would you need an adjustment? Well, if a supply is cancelled, if there's a fundamental alteration to the nature of the supply, a change in the price of supply, or return of goods. So all that is covered in the system, and there's rules around that. And invoices issued by registered businesses to non-registered persons, now that could be from a registered business to a micro store or a registered business to a consumer, that invoice must state that the price is PGST inclusive, which means that PGST has been included in the price. And why that's important is because you don't want non-PGST registered persons charging 10%. So so they can't get a credit for that. And yeah. Right. Now, are there any exceptions or exemptions? Not many exemptions. It's too difficult to administer the new tax system if there are a lot of exemptions. That's been talked about already. Now, there are goods import exemptions. Now, there's not many of them, but they mean that you don't pay PGST to customs or the post office. So there's no PGS chargeable on the import of small value non-commercial imports of $400 per consignment. Small quantities of certain goods that come in with passengers and air or ship crew, and diplomatic, international organisation, foreign government concessions. So they're currently in the, similar to what's currently there with import tax, but apart from those, there's no other PGST goods import exemption. So everything that you import comes in, PGST applies. A PGST supply exemption means you don't have to charge PGST on supplies you make that would be taxable supplies if the exemption wasn't there. So a PGS supply exemption means you make supplies and you don't have to charge PGST. There's only one, in the legislation, there's only one exempt supply, and that's financial services, and they're provided by the bank. As it's too difficult, every country does this, it's too difficult to calculate the PGST on things like transactions relating to money, derivatives, negotiable instruments. You can imagine if you go to an ATM and you withdraw $100 and say there's a $1 fee charge for that, and there's 10% added onto it. It's just unworkable, and most countries are just exempted financial services due to the administrative problems with doing it. Now, the effect of a supply exemption is that you cannot claim any input tax credit for any previously PGST paid when acquiring goods and service used to make the exempt supply. Now, an example of that is an ATM machine operating charges incurred by banks in making exempt supplies of financial services. The banks are providing a service, they're providing sort of access to your money. Now, so any costs involved in maintaining the ATM machine, other businesses will provide the service for that. They will charge PGST, and the bank will pay PGST on the invoices they get, but the bank can't get a credit for it. So exempt supplies, you don't have to charge PGST when you actually make the supply, but you don't get a credit for any PGST you've paid previously in sort of the input costs beforehand. Okay. Now, are there any exemptions? The PGST Act exempts the following organisations and businesses for having to compulsorily register to charge PGST, even if they are above the gross income threshold. Now, it's hospitals, medical clinics, not-for-profit educational institutions, and the Palau Community College. Now, the difference there is that by putting this in the legislation and they don't have to register, in effect, it means that they're exempt. But so what it means is a government school, for example, doesn't have to register, and so it doesn't need to charge PGST on supplies it makes. So there's no PGST on school fees. However, these organisations are PGST input tax, so they bear the cost of PGST on the inputs to their businesses unless they can pass it on to their students and patients in fees and charges. Now, some hospitals, medical clinics, they might be able to pass on some of the PGST they pay, but if they can't pass all of it on, then they bear some of the cost. Now, of course, The reason it's done this way, so if any of these organisations want to register for PGST, the PGST law allows them to do it. Now, zero-rated supplies. We talked about PGST, it's 10%, but it also can be imposed at 0%. And importantly, even though no PGST is charged when there's a zero rate, the PGST registered person making the supply can claim a credit for input tax paid in respect of inputs required to make the supply. So when it's zero rated, it's not, the effect is you're not charging PGST, just like an exemption, but the thing with the zero rating mechanism is you do claim the input tax credits. Now, the third dot point, this has the effect of making the supply completely tax-free of PGST, including PGST imposed at the early stage in the production process and distribution chain. Zero rating is a mechanism used in PGST law to ensure certain supplies, for example, exports, are tax-free while keeping the integrity of the tax system intact. An alternative is that you could say, all right, if you're an exporter, there's going to be no PGST on what you export. So you could put a system in place so exporters don't pay PGST when they buy their imports. Now, if you did that, every registered business would have to contend with, well, are you an exporter, yes or no, and either charge 10% or charge 0. It just becomes unworkable. And so, like in the early days of that, they had this problem and then come up with zero rating to actually, and it only applies to certain things, and the main purpose is to actually make sure that exports, when they leave the Palau, they don't include PGST, because the whole principle of taxation, consumption tax, is that you're taxed on what they call the destination principle. Now, the destination principle is where the goods are consumed, that's where the tax is paid. So exporters from Palau go to another country, if they've got a goods and services tax, that's where the tax is paid, exactly the same as when you import goods into Palau, you're not paying the tax on the country of origin, because those goods leave that country GST free. Now, the second last point is really the crux of this, the underline. It says it's not a concern of the PGST registered supplier of the goods and services to the exporter if these items are going to end up in zero rating supply. So it's no different. Someone comes in the door to buy something, it doesn't matter if they're an exporter or are going to consume the goods locally, they all pay PGST. Now, zero rated supplies, the legislation currently, it's an export of goods, a supply of services for use or consumption outside of the Republic, a supply of international transport services like airline tickets, a supply of by a resident telecommunication supplier to a non-resident telecommunications supplier. So they're all exports. And the last one is they're just when you're transferring a business from one registered person to another, you don't sort of just basically the goods go across and there's no change in the treatment for PGST. So the difference between zero rated and exempt supplies, input tax credit can be claimed in respect of zero rated supplies. Input tax credits cannot be claimed in respect of exempt supplies. Now, GST is called a value added system, so calculating the value add. Inputs for a business, if you think for any given month, $25,000 value of inputs, purchases, utilities, rent, all your business inputs. Outputs, 30,000 value of sales. Now, the value added is calculated by outputs less inputs, 30,000 less 25,000, so the value added for that business is 5,000. 10% of 5,000 is PGST, so that's what's payable. And what we're talking about here is how is that collected? Now, PGST is not charged on all value added. There's employment, private property sales, and private consumption. Those three things are not included. So your employment, if you work, you don't charge your employer 10% PGST. With private property sales, PGST is not imposed on that, and private consumption, which is recreational, hobby, those sort of things, they're not an enterprise, so they're not a business, so there's no PGST on that. Now, with private consumption, what that raises is that, for instance, say you're buying fuel for your business, and you also buy fuel for your private purposes. If you got for example, a private boat, now you might buy that all on the same account, and it comes through, and PGST is charged on all of it. One of the things you do at the end of the month is you actually work out what is business expenses, what is private expenses, and you make adjustments for it. Okay. So calculating that PGST payable each month by a registered business, the PGS mechanism that does that is registered businesses pay 10% tax on inputs, called input tax, and they collect 10% tax on outputs after they have added value to the inputs, called output tax. So same example, and it's 500 is owing, and down the bottom is $0 impact. So basically what happens there, a business is paid $2,500 input tax, and they collect $3,000 input tax. They have to pay the tax off as $500, so the net effect for the business is $0, and the consumer pays it. Now, I've got an example here that hopefully will explain how the value added works, but this is an importer sells to a retailer who sells to a consumer. And the importer and the retailer, they're both PGST registered, and the consumer obviously isn't. And that'll be common in Palau. So you've got an importer, and the importer, the cost of the goods to the importer, which is CIF plus other import charges. And if you look there, the input value, PGST input value is $100. Now, input tax of $10 is paid by the importer to customs. And the importer is going to get a credit for that, but initially the importer pays customs. Now the importer has the goods and decides to sell them to a retailer. So what does the importer do? It adds value in that process, and in this example, the importer puts in a 15% markup, and which is $15 on the $100. It's not calculated on the 110 because you're going to get the input tax back. So the markup is just on the, what they call as the PGST exclusive value. So PGST isn't included when you're calculating your markup. So $15, and so the selling price to the retailer is $126.50. So that the PGS taxable value is $115. That's the $100 the importer paid to customs and the $15 for their value add. So it's $115, 10% of that, output tax $11.50. So the invoice the importer would issue to the retailer would have a PGS taxable value of $115 and PGST output tax of $11.50. Now the retailer pays the importer $126.50, and you can see that is the input value for the retailer is $115 and input tax credit $11.50. Now the retailer is going to get that back, but that's $11.50. Now the value add for the retailer using the same 15% markup, 15% of $115 is $17.25, and so the selling price to the consumer is $145.48. Now that is calculated by the PGS taxable value, $132.25, and the PGS, and 10% of that is $13.23, so it comes to $145.48. And the retailer issues an invoice, and I'll have the selling price of $145.48 to the consumer. The consumer doesn't get an input tax credit, but the retailer will put on the invoice that 10% PGST has been included in the $145.48. Now, so what happens at the end of the month if, assuming they were just the only transactions for the importer and the retailer? Now what you have is the importer, so it's PGS paid to the tax office. Now the customs paid $10 to the tax office because they got that off the importer. The importer collected $11.50 output tax when they sold to the retailer, and they take off that, the $10 input tax that they've got because they've already paid that to customs. So on the value add of $15 to the importer, there's 10%, $1.50 is paid to the tax office. So at the end of the month, the importer has to pay the tax office $1.50, and that's the end of it from the importer's point of view. Then the retailer, same thing happens. The retailer collected $13.23 from the consumer, but had paid $11.50 to the importer. And so you can see the value add for the retailer is $17.25, 10% of that is $1.73, and that's where you add up $13.23. So the final selling price to the consumer is $145.48, which is the taxable value plus the PGST. Now the taxable value, 132, is worked out by the original $100 that was paid. Most of that was paid to the overseas supplier, but the importer had to pay $100 to actually get the goods, added 15% for their markup, and then the retailer added $17.25 for their markup. So $132.25, that's the cost of it. And And that's the final cost. And then only once, which is 10% of that, that's where PGST. So you haven't got the cascading effect of GRT where GRT is imposed there and then it's imposed there and it keeps going. Now, this could go to a retailer, it could go to a hardware store, it could have a wholesaler. This could be 4 or 5 times. Now, each person involved or business involved in the distribution process and manufacturing is adding value, and whatever value they add, that's the actual tax that's charged, and you get right to the end of it, and the consumer actually pays the full amount of the PGS payable. Everybody else is just involved in the collection of it. Now, okay, so what we've got is I've just sort of put up this is a value-added tax return from Fiji, and the purpose is just to show you just what happens at the end of the month for registered businesses. It's one page, the taxpayer details up the top, down the bottom is declaration, and there's 2 parts here and some instructions on the back. We'll look at this part, and what this is value added on taxable supplies and value added on purchasing expenses. So what you've got here is outputs is the top part of the form and inputs is there. So all your sales information and money coming into your business is up here. So you put your sales, any zero rated supplies, you've got VAT output adjustments that go in there. And here, it's just PGST collected. So if you think the last example with the importer, they collected $11.50. So there is just $11.50. And here with the purchase and expenses, how many purchases you did, adjustments. And here, total VAT paid to customs. That would be $10. And so PGS paid out $10, amount payable or refundable, $1.50. And the importer lodges the form once a month and pays his $1.50, and that's the end of it. So it's a very simple process. And so what I've put on the screen here, this is the last page in the tax reform information fact sheet for PGST, and its purpose of putting this together was just to give an idea of basically the breadth of PGST. It applies to most things. The yellow areas are where you probably, those sort of types of businesses won't probably register, but the rest may. And a lot of it depends on whether they're over the $300,000 threshold, but it's a useful thing there to go through and look at the impacts that PGST is likely to have. Now, how to find out more about PGST. Now, what I've gone through here is a quick fire sort of the basics explained. What you can see on the screen, the tax office has already had training on PGST, and there's 7 modules, and it goes through the first 4 are basically the workings of the system, and then 5 is administration, collection of tax returns, and 6 and 7 are the administrative sort of things that the tax office would look at, and 7 is the what has to be done before the start date. Like one of the things that businesses will have to do on the start date of PGST is actually do a stock take of all the inventory, and there's a provision in there for the goods that are on hand that you've paid import tax on. So there's a crediting arrangement for that. And but as all businesses that are registered for PGST, they'll be in the business profits tax, and the business profits tax that you've got to work out your cost of goods sold and that. So they need to do that anyway. But there are some things that have to, in preparation for the system. Now, these training modules that have been done, they'll be modified, and you know, basically the business community and the accountants and the bookkeepers and that. That's why there's probably 18 months needed from now before you implement to actually educate everybody and get everything going. But the tax office have, you know, they've done a lot of work up to now, and they're certainly ready to go. So once the legislation's passed, they'll move into this phase. Resources available, they're the modules, they're the information and fact sheets, the legislation, explanatory memorandum, which explains every section of the that's been changed. And another source of information from everybody is the internet and other countries, and you can look at the websites for other countries, and they have a goods and services tax. They explain how it works, so you can find out from other countries. There might be slight differences to what you're implementing in Palau, but it's a good place to start. And so anyway, so there's more information that can be had. What I've just gone through is the basics of how the system works. And so thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Piper, David Piper. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. And how about we get a stretch in. It was a very comprehensive presentation, and we are taking questions, allowing time for discussion. And I know that lunch is ready. Is that correct? In the back? And it's grab and go lunch, so we can go into discussion, have a stretch, get your questions ready. Mr. O'Keefe, I understand, is still here. Mr. Piper as well, Silas will be here. So we have a good 40 minutes of discussion. And then it's lunch after that, so we can combine that too and make it a bit more productive over lunch. There is a lot of work to do.
Hello everyone. Comral Masaulun mal patient loreng cycle presentations. Ang akora diyo ay sulwase kita work symposium Michael Galeta akora di sandwiches Michael malungil gohi ma again ngarang scones ang raisel malungil pastry. I'm asking you all to please feel free to go to the table. Carol Giradis and the ladies back there are in charge of the food, so grab your sandwiches, grab your drinks. I'm going to ask if the IT can put the program on the screen, and then we're going to move the table for the panelists to start, taking their seats. Aktiora nga sulir tirgel mal kimulangit tertil me panelist om roy de kom tiregal sab iulol geder gamiu mal lungilar ngutar atar belal mamatangel waseng ngaringi our expertise ar aku kadra shobail sab ilol nga seul kirel tial el discussion matialuri ra tax reform. Aktira kalau ay suasa ngaringar ngal kara school, ngaringar adal aku tiakal sorry loldar sa imori re oker aker. Ngaringar ngal kara school sabil sukumen somi wette ko mitoba babier molo sumukom lamu sa karmiu. Etang mail mora tirgalo ngara alaker matukuk mail mer tirgal panelist.
Hey, David, this is Kevin. I wonder if you could stop your screen sharing and you can see what's going on. It seems like it's dead silence from Palau.
Kevin, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I think Palau is on break or something. Are you able to stop sharing your screen temporarily?
Yeah, look. Yeah, I'm just looking on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. But I did sort of where are we?
Anyways, well done. Yeah, well done.
So are you there, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm here, and I think they may have taken a break. They might have made an announcement while we were out.
Yeah, if you have a look on YouTube, they're having a coffee break and getting their lunch, and then they're setting up for the panel discussion.
Yeah, they were meant to take the question.
I'd like to ask everyone if you can grab your snacks, lunches, and get back to your seats. We can take questions as well as start the panel discussion ready for us. Hi, everyone. I know that Kevin O'Keefe and David Piper are online and they can take questions. So if you have questions, I'd like to ask the PHS students with the microphones. If you have a question for Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Piper, and for Mr. Tax Director, Mr. Silas, that's fine. Before we start the Palau Goods and Services Tax panel discussion. And there they are. Yeah? Yes. This is a question coming in via text message to the President of the Chamber of Commerce. This is from Jeff Barabee. This is for Mr. Piper. How will PGST be collected on sales made overseas? Example is a tour company that collects all fees before the tourist arrives. Good question. And just for our Palauan speaking viewers and listeners, ngalada okelt mo magalanga takalektra tax ra klalo wal mlotrar outside. A tourist dimle harar at ticket ringi mahotel ringi outside magalanga takalektra tax or segid. Idriga kalme tourist merbelau magalanga takalektra tax or say. Surak. Do you hear me, Mr. Piper? You're muted. It's on your bottom left screen. Yes, you're good. We hear you. Can you give us a test? Can you message him? Does he hear us? Message him directly.
Hello. Okay, hello. It's David.
You hear us?
Yes, I'm back.
All right. I'm wondering if you got the question I was asking for you.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Technology got in the way, but far away.
How do we collect taxes made on sales overseas? For example, is a tour company that collects all fees before the tourist arrives in Palau. How do we make tax collections, PGST, collected on sales made overseas?
Yeah, look, there's a provision in the PGST legislation that taxes what's called imported services, and what happens there is that, like, overseas tour companies, they're not registered in Palau, so you can't sort of get them registered in Palau, but what the alternative is that you have agents in Palau, and the agents in Palau are sort of registered in place of the overseas tour companies, and so the PGST is imposed, and because the services are provided in Palau, but it's just not feasible to have a sort of an entity of another country sort of registered for Palau taxation. So that's the way they do it. So there's a provision now. It's certainly most local businesses don't have to contend with that, but the ones that are sort of using overseas tour companies to organise tours in Palau, they'll need to be involved in that, and that's there'll be special advice issued on that and how that works. But at the end of the day, for a level playing field, if you've got tour companies in Palau that are organising tours for people in Palau, they're charging PGST, and the overseas companies organising the same thing, well, PGST is charged on that. It's charged on that through local agents. Okay. I'm not getting any more feedback, so does that answer the question you're asking?
I'm getting nods and uh-uhs from the audience.
Yeah, certainly.
Go ahead. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Yeah,
short
look,
answer.
The short answer is the existing legislation provides for it, and if this is a question that they're looking for an answer on, the tax office can produce another fact sheet that gives you the answer. But the legislation does provide for it, and there's a mechanism in there, and it's basically around imported services.
All right. Thank you. Minister, that's a good question, and as the MC, I'll have to say that a lot of tourists pay overseas before they come here. That's not just any question, that is one of the most legitimate questions to be asked in this reform. Second question. I'm taking from the audience. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, just on that, MC, that issue is well known, and it's well known in every small island country in the world that deals with it, and the PGST law handles it quite well. And the aim of it is to make sure that it's a level playing field, and you haven't got tourists coming in from overseas that are that if they bought the same tour in Palau, they would pay PGST. Well, PGST is imposed, but there's a mechanism in there to do it. Okay.
All right. We do have another question coming in via Facebook Messenger. If Palau is going to be set up as a financial center, how will we impose taxes on those entities that are formed here, but are actually online platforms as financial transactions, financial platforms would be licensed here but operate online? How would we?
Look, again, there's provision in the PGST legislation for that, and it's called a reverse charging rule, and what the impact of that is that you register for PGST, and normally if you're getting those services from a local business, that local business would charge a PGST. Well, when you're dealing with an overseas business, and an example might be that a local business uses a local payroll company and HR company to provide a whole range of services for them. So the local business just pays the price of that, and PGST is charged on it. But you could have the same services provided by an offshore company, and that certainly happens now. And but it's not feasible to register that offshore company for PGST because it'd be quite difficult to collect it. But so what you do is you have a reverse charging rule where the business that's actually receiving the service offshore actually charges themselves PGST, and then they pay that to the that's output tax. They pay that to the tax office. So it's basically charging yourself for the PGST that if you were dealing with a local company, they'd be collecting it. But and that's a major. It's a complication in the system, but it's a necessary one for the for fairness, and so that local companies aren't at a disadvantage of paying PGST, where if you use an offshore one, you wouldn't. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I've got a message from the person who's asking the question that does make sense for him. The reverse charge. So
yeah,
yep.
and it's very much, you know, it seems a bit strange that you basically, you've got a registered business that basically charges itself, and all they're doing is stepping in the shoes of the foreign business that's not registered, and they just charge themselves and they pay it. Now, the alternative is if you didn't have it, you'd have you know, real advantage for businesses using offshore sort of services.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Now, if you're going to still be online for us, we'll be having the panel discussion right now. So I'll be introducing the panel as well as the facilitator. If I asked Mr. Mark Sturton, economist from the USDA Graduate School, to be our facilitator of the panel discussion called Palau Goods and Services Tax.
Can I request the panel comes and sits up in front? Good afternoon, everybody. For those of you who have managed to withstand the details of the PGST and the various other presentations, well done. I'm sorry? Okay. And I think we have a few slides to introduce ourselves, a few deep personal details on what we're going to discuss. Am I correct? Would you like to say? Irene would like to say a few words before we kick off.
Nsuakaltik multokor belaw material guk other belaw akmadingen waseng malklo araw reng algirela PGST makmal di mereng asulir tirgal guklo sab ilme panelist tirgider el alsils ediregal mal mereng asulela David Piper, tax advisor, melang kedi continue lobangket ngoreng sa material panelist, amornya te alir the start low ay wasanga kaktaang makura ati less than 5 minutes kukura ati background tir mo mamdengel wase Raul ta experts sergid kuk locally tamal sabiir kukol nga sergid mongil matanglitial PGST nga kalmutan mal timre nga sulela Dr. Mark Sturton langkadire kal adra graduate school USA economist mang komalaw takang let introducer tir ma programmer tir merong ayel mo time gukpa mo kera ko mo ker etirgel guktiakal sorry loldars imori rasab ilmu semesterira ngal kamatumal me sulang.
I have one here. Thank you, Irene, for the introduction. As you were saying, my name is Mark Sturton. I'm from the Graduate School USA. I've been here in Palau, for those of you not familiar with me, since 2012. For the last year, I have been very intensively working on Palau-related issues, although I also deal with economic matters for the Federated States of Micronesia and for the Marshall Islands. I have been associated with the tax reform effort in Palau, not going back to trust territory days, but since about 2012, the 2014 effort, where we had many visits to the different states in Palau and discussions in the OEK. Right now, I'm very pleased to see that those efforts are bearing fruition, that we seem to be getting somewhere with the tax reform. So I'm really kind of excited about that. In my career, I have been in countries that have implemented taxes. I've been associated with what happened in Fiji in its initial phases, in Lesotho in Africa, which had not long had a VAT when I was first there. And also I've done work in the Cook Islands and reviewed their system. And I would say that for those who are unfamiliar with the system, and of course is going into unfamiliar territory, I don't know if it's daunting. We've had some good presentations. But the countries that have it, it's normal. I mean, this is what you do every day, and no one really bats an eyelid about it. Each of the countries that have a VAT, it seems to work well. I don't hear complaints when I'm looking at their economies. It's an efficient system. So I'll just start with saying that. More recently in Palau, I have been associated with the Tax Reform Task Force. For those of us who have been involved in that, the Minister, Ken Waihara here, and the other ladies who are sitting at the back here. Coupled with that, I've attended several of the Senate hearings, so I'm pretty familiar with what's been happening. I've also been behind some of the number crunching that goes into assessing what the impact of this tax is going to be, or the overall tax reform package, with the objective of maintaining this thing broadly revenue neutral. So that's been my involvement so far. Thank you. So just to introduce you briefly to our panel, I think we've got a great panel here today, both including private sector representatives, all of them, I think, actually. Two with previous experience with goods and services tax, and the other three who are familiar with the process. So there's, on the left at the end, there's Minister Udui, who I'm sure you're all familiar with. Used to work at the Development Bank. I first knew him through the Chamber of Commerce, I think, when he was there. So he's obviously a very good person here to have on our panel. Then next to him, there's Matt Wakely. I understand was formerly in the Westpac, should I say, major bank in Australia. So he came with that experience and is now the general manager of the Cove Resort. Next, Tatiana Zadinsky, if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, who has been for 14 years or a considerable length of time as working in accounting, and is familiar with the day-to-day operations of this kind of tax that we're looking into in Australia. Next, there's my dear friend Jennifer Gibbons, who I've known for a long time and had many sparring matches with her. Private sector, formerly the Chamber, now Palau Pledge and various other activities. Good member on the panel. And lastly, on my right here is Ken Waihara, former governor of Angar, and I'm sure you're all familiar with him. So with a brief introduction of each of them, I will just say a few words. The first slide here is just my involvement with various countries that have been involved with the tax reform and value-added tax. Maybe the next slide. I wanted to say a few words here about the role of tourism and why it's an attractive tax in a tourist-based economy. As you can see from the graphic here, there's two basically parts to it. There's a red part, which is the level of household consumption. That is the total level of consumers' expenditure in the economy. And the blue part above that is tourist expenditures. So you can see that about 60% of the combined total, that's the total level of consumption in the Palau economy, is from us all here, residents, Palauans, foreign workers, myself. We're the 60%, but there's 40% coming from the tourist market. So this is an important point worth emphasizing, that this tax, the goods and service tax, is levied, the base of the tax is levied on all of those consumers. One of the objectives of any tax system is to have a broad base, that you want a larger base as possible so that you can keep the rate low. And adding together these two components, the total amount is about the level of GDP, about the 300 million that Senator Rukubai was informing us of earlier. So it's a very broad base and, therefore an efficient tax in terms of keeping rates low. So it's ideally suited for Palau in that sense. And I think that's why it's just a good tax for us to be thinking about. Okay, so I just follow up with a couple of more comments on the next slide. Is this there? Okay. I just wanted to comment on this issue of double tax that I've heard recently from a couple of places, this issue of double taxation, in the sense that tourists would be subject both to a goods and services tax, plus also the hotel occupancy tax, which under the current legislation is being proposed to be reduced from 12% to 10%. So there's the 10% goods and services tax, and then there's a 10% occupancy tax. Is that too much? Should we abolish the occupancy tax or keep it where it is? Now, the consensus from the political level has been that we should have both levels. But I wanted to make the point here that it really fits to having this so-called double taxation with Palau's objective of attracting high-value tourists. High-quality tourists are, we hope, basically price insensitive. The package tour market is price sensitive. So by, in a sense, charging the extra taxes, we're able to maintain and execute our policy of high-value tourism. So it's really in line with that to keep the occupancy tax rate. So that's one point as to why there are two levels. Now I know Matt over here may want to argue differently to what I'm saying. I don't know that I'm arguing in favor of it, but I just wanted to point out why it is inconsistent with the tax policy of Palau as a whole, which is to attract high-value tourists. And then we have to consider, if we were to get rid of this tax, what are we going to replace it with? Because the whole concept of the tax reform process is to have a revenue-neutral tax system. In FY18, as I've got down the bottom here, we collected about 4.4 million of taxes from occupancy hotel occupancy room tax. That is equivalent to about a 2% PGST. Or alternatively, you put the business profits tax up from 10 to 20. So if you wanted to neutralize the impact of a reduction in that tax, then you have to obviously offset it somewhere else. And those are some of the alternatives. And I think it's a political decision as to how you would want to choose that. So I just wanted to put some background comments on this issue that I'm hearing from some tourist industry representatives, and understandably so. So I think with those few introductory remarks, I think we take questions at the end. Is that correct, Irene? So Ken, maybe I can ask you, I think you volunteered to go first here to make you a little presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mark. Will swell, halegulingit ma kung dadul to koram rigel, and batoka okya garidel adrangod al blue. I'd like to begin. This was really a privilege to be part of the group that worked on the total tax reform. It was challenging because of the short period of time to come up with the laws and the rates. But, I'd like to say something. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity where this law can be enacted. It's far-reaching, and it will have a profound impact on this country, the Republic of Palau. This is one of those times, those decisive moments, where if the law is passed and it's appropriate, it'll last for a generation, just like the GRT before. And if it's not done correctly, every year, every other year, there'll be adjustments to the law until it's done, like the US does with its tax system. We were asked towards the end of last year to come up with a tax law that facilitates both the growth of small business and protects the low-income earners, and as well as remain revenue neutral for the government. And that was not an easy thing to do. No one likes taxes, and anytime you enact taxes, it usually has a magnified impact on the low-income earners. But that was a challenge that we were given. Our current president ran on the platform that Gotar Adar Palau, so to take care of the Palauan people. So based on that formula, protect the low-income earners, foster small business growth, revenue neutral to the government, and have it a simple tax law, not so complicated that you would have to hire tax companies to file your tax returns for corporations. And then also to provide an opportunity for high-income earners and for large corporations to pay their fair share of taxes. I saw in the presentation earlier that this is the GRT system that we're on is a throwback to the trust territory, and that's true. It is. But even Guam and the CNMI still have the GRT and the BGRTs. Those are US territories, right? And not only do they have that, they have business profit taxes that are paid to the federal government. So if you compare Palau to those two jurisdictions, which is our close neighbors, we're still, with this tax reform, way ahead of them. Our business net profit taxes are much lower than the federal profit taxes rates. And even our withholding taxes, our personal income tax, is much lower than Guam's and CNMI's taxes. So we're still way ahead with this. And the provisions in this law that the committee came up with, where wage earners that earn less than $10,000 get their taxes refunded at the end of the year, no one in the Northern Pacific I know of has that provision. So Palauans that earn less than $10,000 a year get the taxes that they paid back at the end of the year. Small businesses paying $100 a year of taxes if you earn less than $50,000, I don't know of any other jurisdiction that has that. And you know what? Those small businesses one day become large businesses that can pay their fair share of taxes. So fostering small businesses and sheltering low-income earners, that was the main goal of the tax committee. And some people say, it took 2 months or 3 months for you to put together this law. No, that's not true. This started in 2008. President Whips and I were part of a task force that President Remington had appointed in 2008 to come up with tax reform for the Republic of Palau. Guess what was number one on the recommendation? Comprehensive tax reform. 2008, and we're in 2021 when we're talking about enacting it. Now, I've heard people say that now is not the time for taxes. Yeah, I agree. But the implementation of this tax reform is not for 2 years, 2024. You see, these were all taken into account when the tax committee looked at its impact on our country and the sustainability of the government. It's not something that was rushed or was blind or didn't take any thought to go into. And I'm talking about total comprehensive tax reform that's in front of the OEK right now. It's not something that came up overnight. It was actually very thought out. And like Mark said, we ran the different rates to see how it would impact the revenue that the government would earn. And revenue neutral is what we came up with. That means that the Republic of Palau will not earn more than it has in the past. Revenue neutral. So I think, like I said, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. The tax reform bill that's pending right now is good for the private sector, it's good for the people of Palau, and it's good for our economy. Thank you.
You got it? Okay, Matt?
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. So for those that I haven't met, as Mark mentioned earlier, I'm the General Manager at Cove Resort, and I've been in Palau now for about 2 years, witnessing and observing the GRT system, the current present tax system you have in place here. But prior to coming to Palau, I owned my own business in Australia for about 7 years, a hotel in Australia. So I worked I worked directly with the GST in Australia, and I had to administer that, making pricing decisions around the impact of the GST on my business in terms of the sale price, reporting and the taxation payments to the Australian Taxation Office. I noted David put up a slide there of the Fiji tax return. In Australia, it was a simpler format, and I imagine that Palau will be quite simple. It's a very, very simple tax to sort of work through and work with. So I'm coming from the Australian perspective, I guess, but I've also got an interest in Palau and what Palau does with tax, obviously through the Cove. So this legislation, I was only a young boy, of course, back in the early 1990s, was put on the table in Australia, and it was voted down by the public. The then government created a fear campaign and squashed the legislation. 2 elections later on, the government at the time put this legislation back up to the public to another vote, and it finally got passed in late 1999, I believe, and then eventually was implemented in June 2000. A lot of the fears that were raised at the time were very similar to Palau's experience. So, will prices all increase by 10%? What's the impact going to be on inflation? The vulnerable people and the low-income earners, what will happen with those people? How will they cope with an increase in goods and services? Business people were complaining about the potential impact as far as documentation and paperwork and reporting. And some businesses were complaining that they were going to become a quasi-debt collector or tax collector for the government. So that was a bit about the Australian experience. One of the things as a business person that I didn't like about the Australian system was they created a lot of exemptions. As it went through the Parliament, they exempted fresh fruit and vegetables, fresh foods. Just as an example, if you went to a supermarket to buy a frozen chicken, that's GST exempt, but if there's a cooked chicken in the same business, that had GST attached. So they way overcomplicated the system, and my recommendation for Palau is to broad across the board and just limit the exemptions, because it makes it quite difficult for businesses to manage their GST. So the transition period, I guess, for small business was initially a bit difficult. I worked for the bank at the time, and people were concerned about managing their cash flow. All of a sudden, I need to account for an extra 10%. What if I spend all that money and come tax time, I haven't got it there? So people were opening bank accounts and setting money aside, these types of things. But in reality, the long term, after it was implemented and after the first sort of 6 to 12 months, it settled down for the business community. It's quite a simple tax to administer. You just keep your tax invoices for the purchases you've made. You have your sales that all include 10%. 10% from your sales minus the 10% you've paid on your invoices, and that's what you declare as your tax. So It's in terms of the fear for the business community, it's not a difficult tax system to administer. Maybe go to the next slide. Is this a perfect system? Well, I'm not sure if there is a perfect taxation system, but, and as Mark pointed out, from the hotel industry, the occupancy tax is definitely a concern for me, and I haven't spoken to any of my colleagues in the industry, but I know that there was a question came through earlier from one of the other hotel operators, the same question about occupancy tax. So I believe there is a bit of talk that there may be a Senate hearing to allow the hotel industry to discuss that with the Senate and put our case forward. My concern in that regard is if we were to add another 10%, or effectively, as Mark pointed out, 22% to our room rate, does that make us uncompetitive on the international market? Because we're actually competing with, you know, the likes of the South Pacific, say the Maldives, the Philippines and Thailand to attract tourism here. So we got to be careful, I think, that we don't outprice ourselves as far as accommodation goes. And as we've heard earlier today, Palau's economy relies heavily on tourism. So that's my only real concern with the system. I think overall the system is much fairer, so everybody pays a percentage, pays a bit. The two previous presentations, they talked about compliance. I mean, Australians are literally allergic to paying tax. If they can avoid tax, they will. But the GST, when introduced, even if people do, you're never going to stop people from selling product for cash and not declaring it, but they have to pay 10% on their inputs, so you're actually capturing some tax from those people. So I think that sort of levelled a bit of that out in the Australian system, so that's a positive. I'm not going to talk too much about the net profit tax. I know there's another panel coming up shortly, but the GRT versus the net profit tax, I think, is a great move for Palau. One of the things that hurts us, I guess, a bit is that every dollar we earn, we have to give 4 cents to the government, regardless of profit. And I know in the last 12 months, the business community, and our business included, despite the fact we've been fortunate to have some quarantine business, but we did not make a profit, yet our tax bill was quite high for the last 12 months. So to move, I mean, that's not good for the minister and his tax collections, but for a business to remain viable, it's pretty important. So the impact on GST in Australia, will they increase, will prices across the board increase by 10%? And I read a report recently that said that that does not happen. So some prices did go up by 10%, some prices stayed the same, and some prices actually reduced because there was a wholesale sales tax, I believe, of 20%. So, and as the Senator pointed out earlier in her presentation, which I found really good, the 4% GRT cascading through equals up to, in some cases, 12, and you know, if there's 4 people in that value chain, it can be 16%. This is a 10% tax off the top, so I don't necessarily think there's a need for all prices to go up by 10%. Certainly in the accommodation industry, we don't set our prices all the time based on what our tax is going to be. We often set our prices based on our occupancy and on seasonal conditions. So we'll look forward and say we've got a low season in Palau, so we reduce our pricing, and we've got a high season, so we increase our price for high season. So implementing a GST is not necessarily going to impact us and make us change our decision around what we do with our rates. But so I won't talk too much more about the about pricing, because I think, as I said, the Senator, I thought, covered that off quite well. So. So from my side, in summary, I strongly support a GST. I strongly support a net profit tax. I don't strongly support the occupancy tax, but we'll cover that one later on. But yeah, so sorry, one last thing I was going to talk about, and I don't want to talk over the next group, but just from the banking perspective, having a net profit tax versus a gross revenue tax, Again, Australians are allergic to paying tax, and 3 months before the end of our financial year, we'd all do a tax plan and say, okay, how much tax are we going to pay at the end of the year? And if your tax bill was looking to be quite high, I would literally go out and reinvest money in my business and grow my business to reduce my tax. And I mean, the Australian net profit tax is 30%, and Palau's talking 12%. So it's a pretty generous profits tax for Palau. So it may not work out the same way, but certainly in Australia with 30% net profit tax, I would literally actively look to try and minimise my tax, as most businesses in Australia do. So yeah. So in summary, the actual logistics and the paperwork of working through the tax, don't be scared, it's not difficult. You just need to keep all of your receipts, complete one form each month and submit it with your, or remit that amount of tax. It's quite simple. And in terms of the other concern around pricing, I think that, as I said, the Senator covered that one quite well earlier. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mac. That was an extremely helpful to me anyway. Little presentation of an experience of a business person who's been subject to both the profits tax and the PTST. There was one question I was just going to ask you to elaborate perhaps a little bit more. In some of our earlier discussions, you were talking about the exemptions and how this complicated filing for you. I mean, as an economist, I really hate to see exemptions coming to the system, because then you get distortions in the allocation of resources in the economy. Now, that's looking at it from my perspective as an economist, but I was very interested to hear how that made it much more difficult for you as a business person when you're filing, because you have to then track all the different items that are either exempt or priced at different points. And I just thought that was an important point in considering in the design of the system, to keep it simple.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I would literally get an invoice in my business and have to not go through each individual item, but if I had a hotel with a restaurant and all of my inputs for the foods were tax exempt, but then my electricity, my fuel, my room amenities all attracted GST, so I'd have to go through each individual invoice to work out whether an input was applied GST or didn't have GST, and it was just quite complicated. And I think, as Mark said, I mean, the minute the economists, I think, have done a lot of modelling around trying to make this tax income neutral to the government. So if you start creating exemptions, then you have to increase tax somewhere else. So I think it's, if you just keep it simple, it'll be much simpler for the business community to account for that tax. Yeah. Did I answer that, mate?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Tatiana, please continue.
Thank you. So for some of you who might not know who I am, my name is Tatiana Sledziński. I have been living in Palau for 8 years, and previously to this I lived in Australia and in the Marshall Islands. And in these 3 countries in the Pacific, I have held different businesses, and I have done accounting work in each of these businesses. I have experience in health, manufacture, retail, export, agriculture, and to a lesser degree, NGOs. So here in Palau, as a small business, I see a lot of clients who are also small businesses. So I'm going to start by explaining my experience in Australia as a newcomer. I'm not, when I arrived in Australia, I wasn't familiar with the system. So that was my first step. I feel that many people in this room are in the same spot I was then, not knowing, not being familiar, and all of these. I think the key role of government in educating people is really, really important. What helped me very much in that stage in Australia was the Australian tax system had these booklets that had a lot of information about tax for businesses and for individuals. The tax system there is much more complex than it is here, especially with this comprehensive tax reform. It really isn't that complex when compared to Australia, where I had a little bit of a challenge catching up as my business evolved. I had to look into what new rules applied to me. And even in that case, there was always the support from tax advisors. Eventually, you get to the point where you become self-sufficient with your business. So I think I would like to tell all of you that it's not something to be scared of, and that eventually, perhaps the first 2 or 3 returns will be a little bit complicated for you because it's new. But then eventually you will be familiar with it. The tax form is very simple in Australia. I expect that it will be something similar here in Palau. I see some advantages in the PGST that maybe don't have so much to do with fair share and like the good of the whole community. I try to think of these, how can we take the opportunities as small businesses regarding this? For example, I think this tax encourages entrepreneurship. As Mr. Kuyahara was saying, I think that yes, as a small business that we are not registered for PGST, we become consumers. We become final consumers when we're paying PGST in office supplies, in rents, in different expenses, and we cannot charge our clients, we cannot pass the cost to the client. So effectively, we do become the final consumers. Having said this, I believe that the way that the income is separated in different blocks and where different blocks have different rates. For example, under $50,000, the payment is only $100 a year. I think that is a great advantage, and I think that will push small entrepreneurs to start their own businesses. As far as the next block, which is $50,000 to $300,000 revenue, the fact that there is an option to register for PGST or not offers great flexibility, and I think that still stays with the fact that small businesses can be then encouraged. I would like to mention that in Australia, for example, the small businesses account for 35% of the national GDP, and I don't know what the statistics are in Palau, but the point that I'm trying to make with these statistics is that small businesses can be a very important part of the economy, and as such, they need and deserve support. My second point is the increase of financial literacy. As a business consultant that works with either small businesses or perhaps larger ventures that are looking into things like loan applications or partnership opportunities and grant applications, I think this system is going to encourage a more robust financial system for each company. Basically, this means that you get to understand your financial position better. You know exactly where you're standing when you're keeping track of your income and of all your expenses. You know where you're standing, you know where your profit is going to be. You can make decisions then about, for example, am I going to invest more? Am I going to cut expenses? Things like these that I feel if there's no system in your company, you will not be able to track down these, and you cannot make good decisions for your business. I think this goes towards having information readily available for third parties. So again, we go back to the fact that if you have a sound financial system in place, you can go and have this information available for loans, grants, opportunities. My third and final point is that perhaps this is an opportunity to look for diversification after what COVID has done to the tourism industry. I think there perhaps is a new opportunity for financial services sector. This goes back to my experience in Australia, where I needed to seek the help from tax advisors. Perhaps it will be an opportunity for other people to open a business similar to mine, which, funnily enough, I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot. But to be fair, there is a lot of need for that in Palau, and I feel that with the correct training, this opens opportunity, especially for the younger people. And finally, something that has been said in the past this morning is the development of the export industry. I know that Palau is looking at aquaculture development, and I think the fact that there is zero rate on export, it's a great encouragement for pushing for that particular sector in Palau. So I think that's all I'm going to say for today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana. I think that's a great presentation, very, very helpful. I mean, to me, one of the important takeaways is, I mean, as you have on your slide here, but how the system will affect small businesses and how it will encourage them to, in a sense, enter business, and they won't be, disincentivized by the tax system, which the current system basically does. I mean, Palau, we want to encourage entrepreneurship, and having a tax system that enables that at the low end, I think, is extremely important. And I also underline the last point here of export taxes, which are not taxed under PGST. They are free of zero-rated, as David Piper was saying. So they're completely free of input tax and output tax, and that's a real. I mean, Palau does not export many commodities at this point in time. There are possibilities there, and this system will provide that. Okay, thank you. Jennifer, you're next.
Will swell bang Jennifer Gibbons el altama akmelgol torbela le tiraqwa di adram rigel ngartiang al sumung dimni rakami waqti mo umra amat koram rigel. So I'm just apologizing you speak English, but I'm going to practice my Palauan. Already at time, Managing Director, Friends of the Marine Sanctuary, implement their segi del Palau Pledge. Direct lang niya a show ba nga kal kulmo ringira 2014 el sole proprietorship. Ya erse a kulurior Shimbros el importer batokal aigel la ana syntax ringi. Ma abatokal baby ratleta el cladal wa Pampers and things like this. Ma perspective nga kal guspering il mga ador kami at tiagi del perspective ra NGOs ma professional services which I'm currently engaged in matigi del tora importers ne partner celestial campaign celestial campaign ra tigi del bata amle qura atri toil mal me global goal yaktir ko maral ma seiga gira del lomdas vel mongil kut makli el seltiala One sige del toera revenue neutrality. El tax lo lingir el time. Tal vez el tax el me dal gir el ngu agu close el revenue el time. Kung das specific mal global goal. Tige del toera net profits abolo sa dal ngira next el panel mal direct el global goal. Serak manager asim bros. Almost every quarter ak mga dadur tigal owners. Tadim di dala kalwasin di el quarter ndim la do sugaw do. Dingira del dir harawa a tax yourself 4%. Ding dakalungi la economy el time. Sige tem le 2008 and is el financial crisis. Mal le mata rasul. So even though agul trawa let's say ang biyang at the end of the day aigel arala aklak dal lel may ma tirgal other bela loriora ashimbros madengi maroku il motmak a profit sa kama dim nakal sa el haraw rin dim lo daka a margin. Ma kulngit talwa se taram global gul gidal makatmokle sel dorurat yal lurior. Kita dim tingin rogul wase sel chen sa agidil ngarang yang meringela. Ding dakal bulgul wase tiambak nitul toy. Kor omes saygal comments ra other online el masadal wase Amerika la dirakal lungut tiang manganam ko mo malaringi. Sa dom das ringi Amerika la beto kaigel lumadu ringi. Din dirakal beto kaigel mutitur ringi. Ya wan ringi ategi de tora tax. Daka political will ra el salam rigel el rulit el tax el ramrigel. O 50 states el digaro sa tax el saigel rogul 50 states. E digaro sa tax la municipalities. So tarulia a tax system bertil mal complicated mabodo polongodo ringi mal meringela. Ma akti olngit lo aseng ngani abel gula ulang 160 countries in the world. I'm not adapted to VAT system. Atara tol sa di koram sa ringi agal tora NGOs el malos pe a donations. Ako ngit tirakal adrala al polo mesertial wase al suma nga kaso kal mo donate daw en bakarang o sabi kal donate daw en wa refund ringi daw riula. Batokal NGO sertial bela o uspe ayegi dal donations sabaril di marala igal luredi. Can you change the next slide? So akti so kal uspe ayegi wa examples raigal wa dakil so kumpulo sentel malel tal GRT ending one of the problems under GRT al sumak masuka let's say akmal longal tangate masuka 100,000 a year and the $4,000 sak khara ringi say gidi as a sole proprietor o nga ringi a khara ringi langira kal low employee ending mal gare compared to al sumak me akngaringi a taxel 20% e hara or say mang while unfair. Sige tatragil dakal tabasul el partner tella our other tigal accountants and other professional services like other la adios si sutegi del teletal tadi harar sige del 4%. Ang kamna sa other sector wase sumka import maluban deka ngil profit tra 1 year e hara or tax no matter what se direktal tara issue el gira del diomes ringit el tax asab el rulin mungin. Next slide. So I just want to talk about the fair and equitable standards that PGST can bring. Sige the net profits el bolo sa tax collected under PGST needs to be the same as those collected under the GRT. Sige mal giren mo mokol sen mo mulwa saying please really magel tax el collector ilang adios isura agel collector abes el tretal ngaringi. Take the tora limiting exemptions. Or no exemptions. Aktirak di olngit telwase. Ulgumet olsis bakar el selsay. Ese ko to global goal. To korgi damlakar. El alta makumdas fe PGST amo o kulwaseng gidem el harawara taxelakar. And then just some final thoughts based on those experiences. Matt was talking about how ashovargi say that 20%. Am I going to be happy adding that on to my rooms tax? Selbebi lang sa edar kulwase oing moni sige del taxel di kami will hotel sel oba multibad todo vela lo trat al hotel ang sabab mi will ruling bang aral ahmal di aral sel room ya taxa mera uriula awm da sab tol adam dang liktal toy ding it's a little thing but it's very important el time ya taxela hotel room el seltal recommended legislation akmul wase modaktak mal sumang $100 a room 20% tax aral a room 120 and gidabel advertisers say nga kapayol ngit wase PT3 mil sabaril advertisers el mal di aral a room etikal okyak selamet tamdengel wase ngiri el harawa tax. This is a very common practice. It's the same with airlines. You see the big discount rate, $500 round trip to London from New York, and then all of a sudden you go through, and once you go hit pay, tax. It's better for the consumer, and it's also better for the service provider. So please consider that. And again, donations that the NGOs get, are very dependent on it. Speaking from my own personal experience, businesses here in Palau, mal lungil contribute to these NGOs. Mang sapamam di maral marulay kalurior, ulkuk tiakal sabela governmental marul. Maluwag i partner at tir. Momring agi marulay kalurior, also mang dakal nga ni donations. And then just a little talk up for complementary legislation, like ensuring food security. The tretal, oy, morning sel taxelakal. Hindi pa da start tiligi del lamgro lakaled, o marakal da telbelaw. Umbulgulo aseng motilgi bel yasay aralakal. Yasui, yasay, yasui. Ay, thank you. Yasay giral yasui. But I think you get my point, right? Mga agaman mo atter ay del lurial ko klorula o ikel ko elgera la a food security temak global goal. Akti malmol mel kora stop with one uldaswa. Nga kada problem na kalhara wa tax. Leng swa ka bulis, swa ka school, swa kal boring hospital. Hospital sa el sendra nga kalmora off island dal sumakuspe mal tol medical service. Fire departments. In order for the country to pay for this, hindi rin nga niya tax. Umsulang.
I'm just going to say, Jennifer, I have a little bit of a problem there in synthesizing what you were talking
Don't
about.
worry, I made
Maybe
it
someone else in the
simple.
panel can interpret whether there was any sense in it. Anyway, it sounded good what I did capture, so thank you very much. Minister, I think it's your turn.
Yes, thank you, Mark, and thank you for the rest of the panel for sharing such useful information, especially from the private sector. I'm going to speak as the minister, and many of the points that I'd like to raise have already been raised by Chairwoman Inabo, by the President, and I think these are points that are very important to reiterate, points that were made by the economist and looking at not just now, but our future. So let me have them switch the slide. I just have one slide as opposed to Jen's 5 slides. 3, sorry. So I think it's appropriate, maybe a little bit political, to say that this is really our reform. This is not anybody else's reform. This is our reform, and it's time now, as we've mentioned in other presentations, we need to pass this now because we're not going to pass it today and ask you to pay it tomorrow. We're going to work with you over the course of 2 years to be prepared to start paying this in 2 years when our economy comes back. And that's when we are really going to need money. As Kevin had raised, potentially we'll be at, have borrowed up to $90 million. So it's time to do this now. And we're doing it not for anybody else, we're doing this for us. You know, this is, like Jen was saying, to pay for the police, to pay for the schools, to pay for, we have a lot of things to pay for. We even pay for the states to operate their government. So we pay for a lot and we don't collect the money to pay for all of this. This tax system will help us to do that. So it's for us. And when I say us, it's for all of us, not just Palauans. So the first point I want to make is what's been made already. The PGST is appropriate tax system for us now. And as mentioned already, we've been living with the current tax system for a very long time, through the trust territory time. If you think back, if you're old enough to think back to what we used to have in our economy, it was very simple. You know, we had a lot of mom and pop stores. We had Uncle Bena Sukuma running his dive shop down at the M-Dock. We used to have across the street the Royal Palau Hotel. We used to have my auntie's DW Motel in Madalai. It was very, very simple time back then. And I think it was Senator Inabo mentioned, was it 11 million back then? Very, very different time, very different business, you could say that we really didn't have an economy. This is not where we are today. And our economy is really based on tourism and very strongly based on import. So this is something that I think is appropriate for our economy now. We talk a lot about GRT. The PGST is really targeted at replacing the import tax. But since it goes through the process, the value chain from importer to wholesaler to retailer, it looks like the GRT, but it really replaces the import tax. And it's important to mention that import tax is not the tax we want. We need to move away from import tax. It's not the type of tax that economists say that we should have. And by moving away from that tax, we can get a lot of support to further strengthen our tax system, our customs office. So it's an important point. I think it's often overlooked that PGST is replacing the import tax. What actually replaces the GRT is the business profit tax. So the PGST is the best system that we know at this time. And I think it's important that we should want the best for Palau. So this is the best system. This is something that we should buy. We also want something modern, although it's been since 1997 when we first joined the IMF, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. This was the first technical assistance that we received from the IMF. They spent, much more than we paid in terms of our membership to send their consultants here. We had the best consultants in the world, literally, were consulting us on this reform. That time, there was very few countries that had adopted a VAT system. So there was a lot of argument against the VAT system. It wasn't perfect in terms of how it was being implemented. And I remember at the time, the main complaints were coming out of Africa. I think there's still probably a lot of problems with Africa, probably not the best country to compare with. Now, PGST is used in about 160 countries, so this is not new anymore. This is something that's been proven. We know what not to do. I also have been talking with the business community and telling them that this is not a reform that government will just make and businesses have to figure out how to deal with it. And this includes households and this includes individuals. This reform comes with a strong commitment from government and our partners to make this easy to implement. And I think we're being creative in the type of assistance we can provide to businesses to adopt to this new tax system. I think the transition will be very smooth for us. And as some of our panelists have said, we don't need to be fearful of this change. All change is difficult, but I think in a short time, we can make the adjustment to this change. Second point I want to make is something that Mr. O'Keefe raised earlier, and that's this PGST system is very efficient in raising revenue. Although we're talking about a revenue neutral objective here, we do want buoyancy in our tax system. That's the word that Kevin had used. He showed several slides that show our economy and the projections going forward. We will need money to pay for loans and subsidies. And the reason why it's important to accept the fact that we need to pay our loans is because we have economically graduated into the middle income group. And that means we're not eligible for a lot of grants that we used to receive before when we were a younger country. So the only options for us are really in borrowing. Of course, we still borrow at very low interest rates, but it's still borrowing we have to pay back. And that just the interest alone, when we're talking about these large amounts of money, becomes substantial. So anywhere between $7 and $10 million is what we're going to start paying. Our budget this year is around 100 million, so we're talking about paying 10% of our budget for loans. That 10 million could have gone to some other purpose, like education or health. So it is important to know that we have to be able to pay our loans, and we have to be careful in what we spend the loan money on. this system removes gaps, and I think this has been mentioned several times already, because of its broad application and because it limits exemptions. And for the same reason, this tax system will improve our Director Silas's job in collecting taxes, because it's very hard for the tax office and even customs to collect taxes when they're not sure what they're collecting on, because there are so many exemptions. One of the best examples that we struggle with is when you have a little toy that has candy inside. Is that food, or is that a taxable item? So something simple as that you don't think about when you're passing a law. When it comes to administering the law, it becomes very difficult. So removing exemptions will help administrative effectiveness. So to make it easier to collect, we can process your taxes quickly, get your goods out of the port, and there's less question for you whether or not you need to hire Tatiana to calculate whether you owe taxes or not. So we make it administratively effective and efficient for everyone. The next point I wanted to bring up again is the balancing of the tax burden. And although Jennifer's scared to say lawyers, I think lawyers are a very good example of those people who've been getting away with not paying very much taxes. So it's a good example just because of the way lawyers' fees are here in the country. So we've talked about it in a little bit different way, but let me put it this way. If you go out and get a job, on average, your tax on your salaries will be about 11%. But when you're in a consulting business like lawyers, when you're doing service and you have very little overhead, you're actually paying very little taxes on your income. So when we do this adjustment to this reform, not necessarily on the PGST, but on the business profit tax, you will be paying on the money you're making. So there is a balancing, there is a level treatment amongst the people who are choosing whether to get a job or choosing whether you want to go into business. And I think that's really the point that is the most important to make. So when you're talking about bringing our children back from outside of Palau, they need to know that there is opportunity and that it's fair, whichever choice they make. Because what is the choice they're making now? I'm going to come back to Palau, I'm going to work for the government, right? Because you relatively get more money for less work, and we need people to be in business. If this tax is introduced, I think there's a very good opportunity for children to come back and open up a business. That would be very valuable to us. So this is a big part of the goals of this balancing is a very good benefit to the people who are outside now or finishing school, want to come back, and don't have very many options. So this will allow them to come back and get into business, especially since if they're earning in the first year under $50,000, they only pay $100 in tax. So this is a very good system for promoting business by balancing a tax burden. I think it's also foreign companies come into Palau with different situation than most of us who are here when we start our business. The foreign company will come in with a lot of capital, and they'll also come with a lot of expertise. They can use that to their advantage and therefore pay less taxes. So this example that from those questions that were being asked earlier, what we call transfer pricing, where the company has the hotel here, has the restaurant here, and then he has a company back home that sells the package. And they sell the package there, keep most of the money there, send very few money here. And so let's say the hotel, when you buy the hotel here, it's $200 a night. But when they buy the hotel there, it's only $30 a night. So they're transferring the prices away so they avoid the taxes here. This tax will help address that issue. The one that Matt doesn't like the most, which is the hotel occupancy tax, is part of the way we have always tried to capture that problem. So it basically says no matter what you're going to charge, it's going to be at least $150 a night. So you're charging $100 a night, you're still going to pay as if your room was $150 a night. So PGST will also address that because PGST is a value chain. So whatever you charge in the background, when it comes to the front, when you sell it to your customer, that's the value that we should be taxing. So for the same reason, because it captures through the chain, if you miss anything through the value chain at the import level or the wholesale level, you still catch it at the end. So it also deals with removing the problem of black market, is how we would describe it. So I've been talking a little bit about the next point, which is better businesses. And I talked a little bit about this with the tourism example. But if you look at our economy here, if you look at a lot of the larger businesses, they're what we call vertically integrated. They import, they wholesale, and they retail all at the same time, and sometimes even past the retail, the auto shops or whatever is attached to that business. This is what we call vertical integration. And the reason is with the GRT, if everything's inside the house, you only have to charge when you go outside the house. So it lowers the prices for them. So with this kind of tax, the GST, you can separate the stages of the value chain. So this will allow businesses to have a choice to be an importer. You don't have to worry about paying more taxes if you have to also add on a wholesaler or a retail business. If you remember a few years back, there were more of what I would call middle income businesses. These was like Moses Niraswe and some of these other businesses that were mainly like alcohol and tobacco businesses. It's really the only way that a smaller business could survive in the retail space, competing with WCTC and SureSave and all these bigger stores, because they have the power, right? When they import something and they get charged 3% import tax, and then turn around and have to sell the 4%, sell the good to the retail, and then pay 4% on that. If they sell it to themselves, they're not paying the 4%. But when they sell it to the small mom and pop, that's when they collect the 4%. So that smaller business is at a disadvantage because how can you compete on the price? I remember in Guam when I was still going to school in college last year. Oh, sorry. 20 years ago, something like that. Yeah, actually still TT days. I remember Guam passed a law that said you cannot be a wholesaler and a retailer at the same time. So this is a very interesting law. You know, why did they do that? Well, I think it's for the same reason. They're still, as Mr. Uyahara said, still using the GRT system, but it's not good for business. You want more businesses, you want them separate so they're not influencing the price. Because our markets are very small, so you don't want businesses teaming up and figuring out ways to charge their customers more. So that was something that they had done, and we haven't done that here. Back to my lawyer example, they also passed a law saying that lawyers have to allow their clients to pay their legal fees separately. They cannot take land away from a lawyer when he is helping them with a case. And I thought that was another very interesting one. And we're talking about back in the late 80s when they passed this law. So I think there are innovations that come with the law that we don't even realize now, but we can see some benefits if we're able to pass this law through Congress. One also important point at the economic level that people like Mark get very excited about is that this is a value-added tax. What Mark does at the end of the year, he goes to AG's office, to the registrar, and collects all of the annual reports for all the corporations and figures out what's the value that they added, because gross domestic product is the added value in the aggregate amongst the whole economy. Because of this tax is tax on value, the tax alone will tell you what our economy is. And that's really valuable. because of the net profit tax, we will also get to see the financial aspects of business in Palau. That'll also give us an ability for us bankers to use what we call the financial ratios. So, one thing about Palau is you cannot say, oh, retailers, if you go into retail, you can assure yourself of, am I cut off? Of getting like a 10% return, or if you want to be in auto repair, you're going to get 20% return, or if you want to be a lawyer, you're going to be getting 60% net profit. We really can't say that because the numbers are not there. But by having this reform, we'll be also able to determine what is the financial ratios for our economy. Those information are really also valuable for the banks, so they know what to expect from your business. So when you say, I'm going to do this type of business, they already expect what kind of turnover, what kind of inventory holds, what kind of accounts payable days, what kind of AR days that you're going to expect, and then what level of profit you should be getting. So it will really help businesses get loans. And if you know or have heard any of the reports about banking, I'm looking at one of the FIC members there, and another one here on the board. Basically, banks in Palau don't support business because they don't have the information. And if they do have the information, it's not very accurate. So this type of reform, these two particular taxes, will really help businesses get loans from banks. And it's not that banks don't want to give loans, it's just it's hard for them to give loans safely. And there's Claire in the back there. She's passed this law and you'll be able to get more loans from NDVP. Yes, thank you, Claire. Also, there are other reforms that the government is proposing that will work better with this tax reform. One of them is the corporate registry. So most businesses here, like Jennifer, when they start up, they start up as a sole proprietor. There are disadvantages organizing your business as a sole proprietor because you increase your liability. If you do something in your business, your personal assets and income can be targeted by lawyers. And that's enough to make you not want to get into business. One of the problems also is we don't have a bankruptcy law. So on a personal level, if you start up your business and you do something by mistake and you open yourself up to liability, it could bankrupt you for the rest of your life. So the corporate registry makes it very easy to set up a corporation here, which separates the liability from your business, from your personal assets. And that will also help encourage more businesses in the country. I know I'm speaking too long. I only have one slide, but I've spoken like I've had 5. One last thing, and this is to address some comments that I've heard that I think are concerns, and I think it's important to address them. The first one is front businesses. This is a tax reform, not a business regulatory reform. We do have the foreign investment law that governs foreign investment into the Republic. So when we talk about front businesses are addressed by another law, not with the tax law, Title 40. But this law, especially the PGST, addresses front businesses by requiring that they all file together. So rather, and a little story, actually was in this building. During 1997, we had a similar meeting with businesses here. And I was telling them, when you file under the new system, it's going to be easy because you don't have to break up your business. You can file everything under your TIN number, your entity, instead of under each business. Like if you have a retail store in Irai and in Koror, you have to file twice. But this one, you just file once. And after the symposium, a Filipina lady came up to me and said, "Sir, very hard to do this kind of tax because this one my business, that one his business." And I said, "You know, you're talking to the director of the tax office and you're admitting that you're a front business. So, you know, she admitted this will be difficult for them. So I think this will also discourage front businesses, although not directly, because we do not handle that law. Also, as mentioned before, they said we are an American-style country. Well, we're really not. America is a very different economy to Palau. So their tax system is not necessarily appropriate for us. We do have federal and state level taxes here. In the US, you would say income taxes at the federal level and property taxes here in this country. In the municipal level there, over here, we do not have property taxes. So meaning the burden is more on the national government to collect the taxes. And lastly, price impact, something that we spent a lot of time calculating a lot of different models to figure out the impact of the prices. This is also part of the what's behind what the words revenue neutral. We want this to be revenue neutral in terms of how it impacts the economy, the people in the economy, and we think that this is revenue neutral. One of the models that we built was using the consumer price index, what we use to measure inflation, and it's based on what people are consuming in Palau. And based on that measure, when we do the calculations, and the calculations involve removing GRT and putting in GST into the calculation, and overall we see an increase in pricing of about 4-point-something%. So it's under 5 cents per dollar. And I think, you know, we go to custom and we throw away more than cents. I think we can afford this tax. But we do want it to be neutral. So we also putting salary and wages tax reform with the PGST. What happens is we give money back to people at the lower income levels, and that balances out any price increase that would come to them. I think it's also very important to note the GST is a consumption tax. So if you don't buy anything, you don't pay any taxes. So one, hopefully this will encourage savings. I think it's important for the country overall to have more savings, because these are the savings that get used when you borrow. And when you borrow for like business, you make more money, you grow the economy, you can get higher wages and multiple other benefits. So I think this is something that will happen when people start focusing not on their income, but on their expenditure. So I think this is something that we forget, that we can choose to reduce our taxes by choosing not to consume or to consume different things, like local products. I think that's a big advantage. Lastly, there's been many references to paying taxes. Matt, Australian, I guess, have it down to the science, but he made a very good point. When you're talking about consuming and taxes, and his example was actually a really good example to copy. So it's okay to avoid paying taxes, but it's never okay to evade taxes. Evading taxes is against the law. That's when Director Silas will come looking for you. But avoiding taxes, as in his example, is a very good example of how it can help you. So as a business, rather than paying more taxes, you use the part of the law to invest in more of assets for the business. And that way it lowers your tax burden, so you pay yourself rather than the government. That's a good outcome, and the government doesn't mind that because you're growing your business. When you grow your business, you make more money. And when you make more money, you pay more taxes. So I think everybody's happy all the way around. So I just wanted to make that last point, and thank you, Mark, for letting me talk so long.
Minister. Is it off? Yeah. Yes, I have to let you into a little secret here. When we were planning and looking at these presentations for this panel, we all kind of jotted down a few notes of what we were going to talk about. And well, guess what? The minister showed me this page, and it was in small font, and I thought, my God, that's going to take a long time. So I'm asking, Minister, this looks like it might go on for a little bit longer than the allotted time, 5 minutes. Well, I think he's failed the test. Actually, Minister, you made some really good points. There was a lot of good material there. I'd just like to emphasize two points. One, which comes across my desk, which is the statistics. And as part of the statistics, how do we calculate the GDP, the national income of Palau? It's calculated by adding up the value added every business, every entity in Palau. So a VAT, the Palau Goods Services Tax, is actually really good news for our statisticians, and being able to calculate that and to be able to calculate it on a regular basis. At the moment we have statistics annually. This is going to give us quarterly statistics. So I just emphasize that because one of the things I first had to do in Palau was to help with their Director Silas at that point when he was in statistics to try and improve that. A second point I'll make, which has not been brought up in this today's presentations, essentially relates to the treatment in international trade of a goods and services tax. Essentially what it does by exports and abolishing the taxes on imports is to make the production in Palau essentially free of trade taxes. So what does that mean? It means that for international organizations like the World Organization, for PIFTA, I forget the names of them, the South Pacific organizations, PACER, Palau will be able to join those. And there are various benefits of belonging to those institutions. Palau's economy is very tourist-based. We have little other areas of which we are looking at, but we've had examples indicating where we might be able to develop new industries. Moving towards a goods and services tax will enable us to join some of the EU's trade blocs. I think the South Pacific group is one that Palau will be able to join in the future. So this presents maybe small but opportunities for business development in the future. So I think with that, Minister, thank you very much for your presentation and for everybody else's. I think we really had a good discussion here, even if we went on too long. Yeah, I think there may be some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sturton. Ako tikmul to korbela, akti o mesra time. Ak madingel wasa ngaring aro mesra tia live. Mal sorry loger ager. Diga mal soma mal mistri rate alla tirigel tega amle tega temir. Mera al sel tia al PCC cafeteria al sils. Edi regal diswa al maranga sulir panelist reminder til wasa aliagi mal milingit vertial segadal may mang sabil es question sa kami ako play a teacher el answer. So thank you for the presentations. Aktirel eskertirgel staff, director, ma PCOC nga rapa kalwase please arangal ka school. There are people who may want to write their question and give them to you in the back. So feel free to do that and be attentive with the students. And also we do have another panel coming up. So questions, answers for the panelists will start now, and let's be efficient. So students who will be handling the microphones, please get up and be ready. Kamil staff nga we want it to go quickly so we can also be ready for the next panel. Thank you. Yang ako kidan di tela microphone sagit. Okay, they have two over there for the panelists. Kami ulo ngarangal ka school. Ang sabira terul ngal ka school al may makukngara tarasay matarasay. Mautakang Lord of the me we at time akura di maral mong ya kumesra kuktara director Kasmir and he's around 2 for his panel. already. Okay. Delegate, kawya ko open.
Masulang Irene. Mark, 3 questions, but real quick. Can you hear me? Mark, in your opening remarks, you said there are some African countries that were once VAT, but have now changed. What's the reason? Maybe I did not hear you correct.
No, I'm not aware of any African countries that have gone through that, so I'm sorry if I didn't express that clearly. I was just referring to the fact that I worked in an African country, and they had recently, when I went there, worked there for 4 or 5 years in the Ministry of Finance, they had a new VAT. It performed, I mean, this is an African, I mean, sometimes it's criticized, oh, Palau can't do this, it doesn't have the technology, you know, point of sale and various other things. But Africa, I can tell you, I mean, Palau is way in advance in terms of its general, you know, facilities. So if they can do it in Africa, I think we can do it here.
So for the record, no countries that have implemented VAT have upped out of it.
I don't think so. If there are, they're very few. There have been examples where it hasn't maybe worked. Oh, but then they're not. Maybe somebody in the audience would know better than I do.
Thank you. Number 2, there was a comment on Tatiana. You were talking about diversification. So if Palau diversify its economy on other items that are non-tourism, is PGST still suitable for non-tourism industries?
What I meant to say when I talked about developing other industries. Hello, sorry. I meant specifically exports because they have a 0 rate, which means that a business will be registered for PGST. They simply will not charge PGST to their clients. However, they can offset they can process or they can get from the government input credits. What this means is they will consume goods in the Republic to make their goods, and they can get money back from the government for those expenses. Is that clear?
Tatiana.
Thank you.
So the point, Mark, I want to drive is the PGST tax system is flexible to work in different types of industries other than tourism, correct?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons which is a little difficult to understand in some ways is why economists really love a value-added tax is because it's completely neutral. If we have no exemptions, it's completely neutral as to whether you start up a tourism business, a fisheries business, a manufacturing business. There's no disincentive to invest in one industry rather than another. At the present time with the GRT, if you happen to be, where you're at the beginning of the chain, then the resources in the economy are pulled into that particular enterprise. And they're being pulled away from other enterprises which actually might be more efficient. So that's why economists don't like the GRT. And why they do like the GST, because it's neutral in terms of how business decisions are made and where the economy ends up producing goods. So in that sense, it's efficient, and you should see the level of incomes rise as a result of implementing this tax.
Thank you, Mark. It's very clear. Last, Minister, you touched a little bit in your comment about the price increase to consumers. And based on the presentation by O'Keefe and the other gentleman, the formula and the way we see it, the system is passed on and it ends at the consumers. So, and I know based on what the minister was talking about, there are other components of this PGST that we are putting in place to cover the impact of that maybe price increase is one of the component. So as an assurance, maybe it's worth noting those buffering that we're putting into the system to help consumers in the varying income levels, all the way to the ones that are most in need. Yeah, that's the last question. Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of the last answer, yes, the exercise that I have done with the consumer index indicates that there probably be around a 4% increase in the overall price level. This is a once-off price increase. That increase in prices will be offset through adjust the wages tax that we've heard mentioned, and with the data that I have, I've kind of simulated that, and you can see we've looked at the tax distribution of the blocked in. I think we saw it in one of the Senate hearings. We look at the wage earners in groups of 10, and you can see what the impact is. And I can say that the impact will be no wage earner will be worse off as a result of that tax, even though it's going to be 4%. Their real incomes will be basically little changed, or in some cases a little bit better off. So that's the answer to that question. Yes, there are offsetting mechanisms to compensate for those people who have lost on the system.
Sorry, very few. Can you hear me? Thank you for the revision of tax, Caleb. I worry for the consumers, the actual poor us people paying for increase in rice, tuna, milk, the necessary items that we need at the house, medicine, fuel. You're going to impose the 15 cents on top of the 5 cents. You need to think about that. And also food, fuel, construction supplies that we really need here. You put the price up on those, and those housing prices are going to go way up, that even with the salary increases, very few people will afford. So, and with those, another question comes up with import tax on foreign exporters to Palau. Are they be subject to the tax? Because here's the question. When I do bidding with the government, let's say, I have to put in a tax of import as well as gross. Now, the U.S. exporters to Palau, they don't put that tax. Who's going to pay for that tax? That's a question we have. And also, I guess my suggestion on food and medicine is that instead of 10%, it goes down to 6. We're currently paying 4%, and if you come up a little bit, like 2% more, then it'll probably be okay to the consumers. It's the same thought that the gentleman over there posed. And hold on, drop my glasses. And another question is, and it's been raised before, these spot taxes, why do we have that as islanders instead of, let's say, post after Singapore? Yeah, even though, let's see what else. Spoilage, spoiled donuts. Do I also tax, do I minus them from my taxes? And what's the percentage on the net profit? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for those questions. I'll see if I can answer them to your satisfaction. So we concentrate a lot in these questions about price increase, the relationship of the taxes versus the price, not necessarily one-to-one. So the amount of taxes you pay, not necessarily related to the price you pay. So if you listen to the words that we keep using of cascading, the amount of tax that you pay under the GRT system can be more than what you're going to pay under the PGST system. Whether or not the business passed that on to you is not really something the government can control. But if there's better businesses and there's better competition, then you'll see the prices more closely reflecting the cost. And that's where people will actually pay less. So it's difficult to always focus on just one example to see what the impact will be. We believe that the overall impact will be much more positive to everyone, to the business community, to consumers, than just based on a mathematical model. Because like I said, there are many loopholes in our current system. So the efficiency that we gain in collecting taxes will allow us not to collect so much taxes. And that alone should also help lower the tax burden on businesses and therefore consumers. So one of your questions, you mentioned taxes for foreigners. There are a lot of exemptions, so sometimes foreigners can import and they're not taxed. Under this system, there are no exemptions, so everything gets taxed. So that will also help balance out the tax burden on people. When it comes to the offset that we're talking about, we're primarily doing this through the salary and wages tax, where they're going to discuss it in the next session. But we're giving back we're giving back kind of to everyone, but we're focusing on those people who need it the most. So those people earning $10,000 or less in a year will be getting all of their taxes back. And as Mark was saying earlier, that will more than enough cover any impact that should be experienced by the consumer for those groups. So this is, again, a point I made earlier. You can avoid that even further by changing what you're buying. This is a consumption tax, so when you change your consumption pattern, you can avoid tax. And that's something that I think everyone can do. Good example is when you buy local. Right now, we don't anticipate a tax on that, so there's no tax on the entry of that good into the chain. So you'll pay actually less than you pay now, or if it were a PGST registered business. So that's another example. Does that help in answering your question, Nancy? Yeah, the fuel and the food, a lot of the price impact that we're expecting comes because of these exemptions. Because you're going from zero to something, there's going to be a price increase. So the words I'm using are balancing, and when you balance and everything is included, not exempted, then you get an efficiency that results in savings to people. But if you just focus on one part, you'll see an increase, and it'll look difficult for people to handle. But the way we've designed the system, it's meant to target those people who need it the most at the lower scale. And I think those people who earn under 10,000, getting all their taxes back is one way we're helping. Another way is for any business that's making 50,000 in sales and under, pay only $100 instead of $2,000 a year. That's another way we are helping small business, for example, to offset any price increase. And again, it depends on what you're consuming, whether or not you are going to experience that 5% increase in prices. And that's only one-time increase. It's not inflationary, it's just a one-time increase in prices if you are buying those things. It's not going to be the same. I think Matt raised this, was it Matt or Tatiana, who said the impact of prices is different for different people. We're talking about it in average. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you will be paying taxes. If you're not driving, you're not buying fuel, it's going to be cheaper for you. Yeah.
Just to address your imports question, by really mang motapasula imports, leng el altay mal sumang somlom arako suy malupeng shampoo, soap, san eng 25% tatakser el altay mang mring la aral ma ase mo de kalangaringi habe es el taxa diesel mal 10% across the board. Adi one exception ay gagit el kamam soma may kalsins kamam madira ka haraw klol taxa.
I think our time is up for this panel. We need to give the other guys a chance. Director Casimir, I think, is going to lead the discussion. So from us, thank you all.
Thank you, Mark and team. Of course, we continue to probably have questions. Makmal request was say you can write them and give it to the staff in the back to collect them. Let maluri so will the Dimarael Makmal appreciate kami. May I please ask if it's okay with you, Minister Director, can I ask Director Kashmir, the next panel, to please bring his team of panelists to the front. And then once again, we have water, we have coffee, and sandwiches and snacks in the back. Please help yourself and let's continue to have this wonderful discussion. Director Kashmir in the house. Ako makakuring ilak mesa ng tiramal dir kamring low meeting. Ali tiramal mle brief panelists are already prepared. Jada, I hope you are ready. We've kind of already accepted people can text their questions to you to 775-3400. And you know where to find me. So in the end, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Piper, they're still with us online. Mr. O'Keefe is ready to wrap up, if you have more questions. So please write them down and let's collect them. You're here. So where's your panelists? Are they all here? Claire? Oh, okay. So, Director Kashmir Ramangasaw is the Director of Budgeting and Planning under the Ministry of Finance. I'm very grateful that he was accepting our request for him to facilitate this panel. So I'll give the mic to him and he can help introduce and hopefully all his panelists are here.
Malungili tasils o mergi drogui gulgite akmadul kanyar admam member panel kamam el adra yakla adra belau makbo modadu about el tokor belau matora miguel mangi albay segid gunye gulgite panel kamam el tokorate bela Oo. Oo. I see the egi momu ulgul. First of all, ek kadamal tanga tre al silsil oil gania malungila tikan members of panel mal varied very representative pra yagal showbay Michael nges ma showbay ma direct banks included. So first of all, I'd like to thank the panel members for agreeing to come and talk about the next item to be members of the panel. So that panel is on net profits tax, and it's also on wages and salaries tax, the proposed wages and salaries tax. So the first, on my left, first panel member is Claire Harvey, and she is with the National Development Bank. And then you have L.T. Fritz, who's with the Small Business Administration. And then you have Dean Rudim with IR, retail and wholesale. And then we have Vance Polycarp with Galaxy Builders. So representing the construction industry and small businesses, yeah. So on that note, my name is Kasmir Ramangasa. I'm with the Ministry of Finance, particularly, specifically the Budget Office. And so what I'll do, just to start off, get things going, what we'll do is we'll have, after my introductions, Claire will do a short presentation about both the proposed net profits tax and the salaries and wages tax. But just to kick us off, just di wala di muskamyasya singa ablul adro gir masalat gira rolela wages and salaries ma basically taxes on businesses. So, you know, according to the Small Business Administration, again, small business in the US pay an average about 19.8% in taxes. Small businesses with one owner pays about 13.3%, and businesses with more than one owner can pay up to an average of about 24%. Again, small businesses that are incorporated or S corporation, pay an average of about 27%. And for corporations worldwide, average corporate income tax rate measured with 177 jurisdictions is about 24%. Europe has the lowest regional average at about 20%, and Africa has the highest regional average at about 29%. Our development partners, for example, Japan is at 30%, US is at 21%, ROC at 20%. Gives you an idea of what the corporate tax rate some of our development partners. And regionally, FSM has a 30% corporate tax rate. It's at 21% now, and it's going to go up to 30% this year. On incomes, including wages and salaries, I got the average because most places have brackets. So Asia averages about 28%. That's the average tax on your incomes, mostly your wages and salaries. The Americas, which includes the North and South America, is about 32%. The US, as an example, has 7 brackets. The proposed for Palau is right now we're at 2, and we're going up to 3. The US, for example, has 7. And it starts as low as 10% for the first $8,000, and it goes up to 37% for if you're making over $500,000. I wish I was making $500,000, right? No. Europe averages over 50%, and one of the reasons why it's so high is just a matter of policy. The government pays for everything. It's a number, the hospitals are free, most social services, the government bears the cost of those. So that's one of the reasons why they really have a ngarbaba tax rate. And then Africa is at about 32%. I didn't put it in there, Taiwan around about the mid-30s average. So that kind of sets up the discussion of the year, and we hope when Claire starts her presentation, and then keep that in the back of your mind. Right? So without any further
delay. Claire?
Thank you, Casimir. Okay. Thank you, Casimir. I'm here as Claire Harvey from National Development Bank of Palau. I'm also here as a business owner, not in Palau, but in New Zealand, who has net profit tax and also GST. And I understand that probably a lot of people in this room are sitting here going, oh, what's going to happen to me? This is just going to be absolutely horrific. Take it from someone who is already involved in the system, it isn't that bad. And I think one of the first things people are probably sitting here thinking is, what? Tax is going up from 4 to 12%? That's an 8% increase. You know, I've got to find that somewhere. It's not all bad news. I also know that a lot of you will be sitting here thinking we've had a lot of theory and been given a lot of information, but we'll also be thinking, what's in this for me? What does it mean? So my presentation today is to try and give you some idea of what the net profit tax at 12% will mean for you. For some people it may be some bad news. For the majority of people it's probably going to be good news. Right, so the first decision any business is going to have to make is, does my business generate over 300,000 in revenue or sales? And if the answer is yes, you're going to get no choice whether you pay GRT or net profit tax. You'll automatically have to register to pay PGST and you'll automatically pay net profit tax. If your answer to the first question is, my business doesn't generate over 300,000, but it generates between 50,000 and 300,000, you'll then have to make a decision, is it better for your business to be registered for PGST and pay net profit tax, or should you continue to pay GRTs? And I'll give you an example a bit further on where you might want to move to paying net profit tax even though your sales are under 300,000. Okay, so first example, it's very hard when you wear glasses for reading and not for long distance. So, firstly, one of the things I would like to remind people, and when I was doing a lot of work with corporations in New Zealand, there's two lessons I would try to teach them. One is, only successful businesses pay tax. So if you're not successful, you're not going to pay tax. And the other lesson is, be proud that you pay tax, because you are successful. So, this first business has sales of 1.5 million or revenue of $1.5 million. Currently, under the GRT system, they're paying $60,000 per annum in GRT. This business has $900,000 worth of deductible expenses. So what are deductible expenses? I understand from talking to Mark that the deductible expenses will come out in the regulations. But they're likely to be the wages and salaries you pay your staff, the utilities and power and phone that you use to run your business, fuel that you need to get your goods from one point to the other, depreciation on the assets they have within your business, lease, rent expenses that you have to pay, accounting fees, legal fees, they're all legal tax deductible expenses. Now, this list doesn't cover everything, but it'll give you an idea. It's those operating expenses and your cost of goods sold. So if you're importing goods, the transport costs, they'll be deductible. So this business has a net profit of $600,000. So under this new system, it will be taxed 12% on $600,000, which means it'll now pay $72,000 per annum in tax. So the key here is businesses with high sales and low deductible expenses are likely to pay more in tax. And for example, and probably the lawyers and the accountants in this room will hate me for this, but most of them will have high sales, but not so much in the way of expenses. So that's example number one. We can go back if anyone has any questions a bit later. Example number two. This customer has high income or high sales revenue and high expenses and low net profit. So currently their sales are 1.1 million and they pay GRT of $44,000. They have deductible expenses of $960,000. That leaves them a net profit of $140,000. Under the net profit tax, their tax will be around $16,000. So they'll pay, in essence, around $27,000 less in tax. Now, I don't know many businesses that want to throw away $27,000. You know, as a banker, you could use that to repay your loan early. You could buy more equipment. You could buy more inventory. You could invest in capital. There's so many things you can do. So the types of businesses that might fall under this category might be some of the tour companies, especially the dive companies who maybe have high overheads. Example number three. This is a business that has high sales income, but a really high expenses, but a really low net profit. So this company had sales of $380,000. It will pay GRTs of $15,200. Has deductible expenses of $360,000. So a net profit of $20,000. So this company under net profit will actually only pay $2,400 per annum in tax. Once again, there's money in the bank to invest and grow your business. Next example. A business with high sales, high expenses, and no profit. Now, this could be a startup. Some startups in the first 2 or 3 years of their of starting up don't make any money. So this company has sales of $450,000, GRTs of $18,000. Deductible expenses of $480,000, meaning it has a loss of $30,000. You pay no tax. And when you start making a profit. And as a bank, people are saying, but why would you look at a business that doesn't make any profit? As a banker, if you make a loss, that doesn't mean to say I'm not going to bank you. It says I want to know, when is your business going to become profitable? One of the things that we see as a bank is that a lot of businesses in Palau are capital poor. This going to a net profit tax will enable a business to grow the capital in their to grow their capital. Okay, last example. Business number 5. This is a business with sales under $300,000. So they have sales revenue of $250,000, currently paying 4% or $10,000 GRT. They have deductible expenses of $200,000. They're making a net profit of $50,000. So under the 12% net profit tax, their tax will reduce to $6,000. So this business will pay $4,000 less per annum in tax. Now, sounds good, but one of the things a business earning under $300,000 has to think about is, I also need to be PGST registered. And is the saving in the tax I pay equivalent to the work and effort I need to put in to doing my PGST returns? But it is something that a business earning under 300,000 just needs to be aware of, and maybe you need to get some financial advice to crunch the numbers for you and tell you which way you're best to go. Yep. Yep. So, my last couple of slides. So, what are the benefits in paying net profit tax? It's more equitable. It will mean that tax will be gathered from everybody across the board. High sales don't necessarily mean high profit. So, you know, we've heard stories before today of people that are really struggling during COVID-19 who are still paying GRT on the little income they're getting, but are still making a loss. So this will make life a lot fairer. For some people or some businesses, it may result in lower tax paid. It will encourage businesses to grow as funds saved through the payment of less tax can be reinvested back in the business to grow the business. And of course, as Caleb earlier said, when you grow the business and you make more profit, you pay more tax. It will ensure that businesses have more accurate financial information. And there's two benefits to that. One is it may lead to easier access to loan funds, because we know that the financials that come across my desk are true and an accurate picture of what the business is doing. It will also allow a business owner to make sound financial decision based on the accurate financials that it has. So every business owner, no matter what you decide to do in your business, if you decide to close your business for one day, it impacts on your financials. If you decide to go and buy a new vehicle for your business, it impacts on your financials. So every decision we make in a business impacts on us financially. And having really good financial information will allow us to make really good decisions. It will allow us to say, is this business profitable? Should I keep doing it? It will allow us to look at, how can I make more money? How can I grow my business? So that's my presentation. I hope that's given you some idea of the impact of moving from GRTs to net income tax.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. That was very good. So, I'll ask that we continue on with the rest of the panels, and then we'll open it up for questions after everyone is finished. Thank you. Just to reiterate, Claire made a very good point, especially now with the ongoing pandemic. I mean, having the NPT, net profits tax in place, would have gone a long way in terms of helping you as a small business, survive and get through this pandemic. So it's one of those things I think certainly it's very obvious what the benefits are right now. For the next member, for the next panels, I'll ask Dean to please.
It's about time. It's about time with the current system of 3% GRT. Government this is your business license. You can do business here in Palau. As long as you give me my money at 3% at the end of the quarter, we're okay. The 4%. But with the new PGST system, the government is a more business friendly. Sabel lomis rakaw silungi la siobar rakaw. SL help rakaw sil kukal makitala marela siobar rakaw. So the PGST is a more business friendly system that is being introduced. As a private business, in swaktial toiling, there are some issues, some things that as a business owner, acquire why utilities, wages, inventory, my equipment. Most of it deduct ng revenue raw. Mo gikaril tax sa omharang. Other than sell di mga 3% ng mul tax ra revenue sa raw, it's malungin. Not only that, the new tax system allows the business to the freedom to thrive and expand with the use of a lower expense write-offs. So, my next question, Director, is, will the ICAL deductions, are they regulations or going to be laws? Regulations, eh? So, malungin. Okay, that's about it. Ma'am Sulang.
Ma'am Sulang, Adini ka. Next Vance, would you like to go next?
I can make a comment, Director, then we'll wait for my slide regarding the...
Oh, okay. Go.
Can I make a comment in addition to what Ms. Harvey and Mr. Rudim said? We really need to look at this. Yes, GST is really good for the private sector. Let me tell you, it's really good. Because again, the allowable deductions that you're able to make really helps the business as far as making decisions moving forward. Whether you're a startup or existing or successful, it's going to help you. As you can see at the slides that Ms. Harvey was saying, it really helps on the tax payment on your taxes. Okay. I'm a business owner, at the same time I'm a consumer. Okay, and I know that when I come to talk about the wages, the sensitive issue, we will discuss that and I will do it. But as a business owner, okay, it helps what I'm concerned about is my bottom line. It's going to help my bottom line. And I think most of you here is asking the same question. What's the impact to my bottom line? GST is going to help your bottom line. Thank you, Director.
Malungin litasil se nga kang klegal talat ka fritz nga order sel Palau Small Business Development Center. Gimala funding ang mara United States Small Business Administration SBA meron yung nga matching ang local government right now wak nga under MPII. So I'm a line agency under MPII lan nga sir private sector. Even though self-definition of small business ra sa lablo lang bar while say if you make less than $5 million a year, if you have 500 or less employees, that's the definition of a small business. But since the 5.5 years ra SPDC, most of the small businesses that come through SPDC, tigal shares. Tigal sorry marulam gagal stawartir marwalan dramat. Most of the clients would probably fall under $50,000 or less. Tadira kalbatok tirigel kumay sa nga workshop sa logora o nga certain mamadu maru like gidel pabier o like cash flow management, ma simple al bookkeeping to help them understand that selway al teng malubang score tira siobay. With the new system, one of the things that that I really like about the tax reform, say the opportunity for those small mom and pop stores that wanna convert from the cottage industry unregistered low magit, el mo formal el registered el gombali, el di harara $100 a year in addition to their national state licensing. The benefit of that is you become recorded as a formal business. So, selbal nga niya igal tamal wa el altama dangar al sela global pandemic, el nga niya igal access to finance for disasters or other things. You are a registered business. El mandia ka mo didrur tulosiga igal gora nga other pabiyer el help el support ter seguida el nidragaw. Mang akmesala say with this new business taxation magora licensing al opportunity to help tigay the $50,000 or less tigalaw magit. Ok mo ngaram tigalaw magit oh thank you. Ok mo ngaram tigalaw magit mo o what either $50,000 or less. Sel mo mes ringel got ngel ngaram mo budulak. Klita at the left side. That's the most that you would pay in GRT for a business and making $50,000. That's the extreme end. With the new $100 sab ML paying quarterly, you see the drop, $100. $100 the once every quarter, that one annually, that you file and pay, and you don't forget about it, but you have time to learn and grow and expand your business. Maleng na mo da ka masal madidurul tulad ka kayagi the other requirements, hindi ka captured. You are captured as a formal business. Masaygi damal so ale bottom line, what we're doing today is to figure out a way lo ase magarang evaluar bela asabel and move forward with sustainable development. And sustainable development, agira lasting masisi, agaysay, el gid el other belaw, masyobal ngar belaw, masugol al sel tal baget, te gid ospe ay garoguludo ng al sel tal baget, lamangaro labalwat. Malsugo mandi, imakasay ngar al sel, e bato ka amar seringin, e magrasab edalo, lamangaro maluba ka the malisi rabalwat, especially moving post-COVID, ala ka the bodosi garole lamagay kartel baget. Akmesate al martrigel low magitra igal rogul state if there's at least 30 low magitra each regal state samo start al harar sel $100 al business license. That's an additional $48,000 in tax revenue just on that license itself. That's something al sab el maybe all a tax office el dire administrative or going out to do more outreach. Not just going out and AL collection. It's money that goes into that pocket and helps the nation. Makmal seguid ako sa tegi el tax reform mamaral support raikel mikakaray those smaller companies, whether they retired and started something small. They're a small company, whether they graduated from high school, had a really good idea and started, or maybe had a tamrula banana bread from elementary high school and then kept that with them and allows them to grow into something bigger. Like, we cannot grow into something bigger unless we take these first initial steps, and this could be a very good first step. Mandi seguid de komran musulang.
Hello again. I'm back. Yeah. Okay, so as I said, this is a very sensitive issue, and I got the short stick. We drew straws, and I got the shortest one, so I want to be talking about this. This is the salaries and wages withholding tax. As you know, in your program, they gave you a piece of sheet as well. I gave you a pretty much of a brief breakdown, as you can see on the slide there as well. At the current system, right, the current withholding tax that we're deducting, right? Not deducting, but withholding is, from 0 to 8,000 is at 6%. Annually. Anything over 8,000 is at 12%. So if you looked at the, so in terms of dollars, 0 to 8,000, that's about $480 a year that they were holding as far as taxes. So and that's on average. Under the new system, again, the 0 to 8,000 threshold, you're still paying the 6%. And anything between 8,000 and 50,000, you'll be paying 10%. And anything over 50,000, you'll be paying at 12%. So basically with the new tax reform that we're introducing, we're just adding another tier to the salaries and wages tax, if you looked at it. Okay? So so let's say an example of you're making 20,000, your annual salary. So the first 8,000 at 6% is $480 in terms of dollar value, right? And that's not going to change with the new system. The only thing that's going to change is between 8,000 and your 20,000, which is a little over 1,400. At 10%, with the new system, at 10%, you'll be paying or withholding at least 1,200. So there's a savings of $240, you would say, a year. I'm not a math expert, but you know, I hope that's right. Okay, so now that's one scenario. Let's go to the scenario of you're making over 50,000. And in this particular example, it's 55,000. So again, the first 8,000, it's at 6%, that's 480. Okay, and then you have 8,000. Is that right? Where am I looking at? Where's your... Oh, that's right. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so 4699 at 12%, you'll be paying. You would be holding tax at 5,639.99. So if you add that up, you're paying a little over 6,000 a year in taxes, with wages and salaries tax. Under the new system that we're introducing, okay, you'll be paying less than that by a little over 1,000 or less than 1,000 at 5,279.78. Okay, so your tax savings are $840 a year. So there was a figure down on the bottom, whereas under the current system, you're paying $4. You're saving $4 a week. Under the new system, you'll be saving $16 a week. Under this example, yes. So there is savings. Okay. Yeah. So, but remember, also under the tax system, the minister was saying that there is deductions that you're allowed. So if you're making less than 350, correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, or if you're making less than, you're allowed to deduct less than 10,000 a year. So there is some deductions to help you to minister had mentioned it, that there's got to be a balance. And I think that's the balance that I don't know if I'm crossing the line or talking about GST or whatnot, but the 10% that GST you'll be paying will be somewhat deducted for those, Vice Director, right? And the director can elaborate more on that.
Thank you, Vance. I see. Thank you. So those are pretty much summarizes the impact of the wages and salaries tax and the net profit tax. I know everybody's really anxious to find out, to ask their questions, but just something to keep in mind. We understand that the introduction of TLPSL tax will have an impact, and there will be an initial impact where you will see most likely some prices will rise. So the idea behind the wages and salaries tax is to try and offset some of the additional costs that may result as a result and from the tax reform efforts that were ongoing. So generally the idea is to give back, to be able to offset some of the costs. So whether you're making a little bit more money, you make less money, then you make a lot more money, there is still going to be some help in the form of breaks in terms of the taxes that you pay. But with that, let me first thank the panel members for sharing their thoughts on the proposed tax measures. Just quickly summarize before we get to open it up for some questions. I think obvious from the presentation, it's obvious. The idea behind the BGRT, the NPT, obviously, generally, if you're a high sales, low profit, if you have low operating expenses, and then net profit will be a lot more savings for you. If you have high sales and low operating expenses, you'll be paying more taxes. So that's mostly a consultants. If you're lawyers, you'll most likely be paying a little bit more taxes. But generally, the important thing is that you get to deduct your business expenses. And it's been said, it's a very good, especially if you're a small business, if you're starting up, this helps level the playing field for all of you. And so with that, it comes to one of the key questions that I'm sure being pressed on everybody's minds is, so what are allowable deductions? Well, that's the next step. So this is certainly not the end of it. The legislation is right now, it's proposed that those will be set by regulations. I think Claire mentioned that. So this is the opportunity for you as small business to make sure that what will be allowable deductions is what you believe should be deducted, should be allowed to be deducted. And standard, I think Mr. Sturton also mentioned this morning, allowable businesses expenses for most places would include your wages and salaries paid, some of your utilities, depreciation. These are standard operating expenses that you need to be able to run your businesses. I've asked the panel members if they want to add on to it.
The sell wages and salaries is good for businesses. In the end, your employees, if we adopt this, if they will technically have a higher net pay because of less taxes, but also trigel ngarcel 10,000 or less. Anyone who's being paid minimum wage $3.50 up to $4.80, those are the people who will get that special bonus at the end of the year because they qualify for that refund. And that if I'm not mistaken, the tax bracket that would really appreciate that bonus at the end of the year. Thank you.
Amal Masaule, Director Kashmir, and I really want to thank the panelists, CEO, President of NDBP, Claire Harvey, Director of Palau SPDC, Talat Fritz, Dean Rudim of Rudim Enterprises, and Vance Polycarp of Galaxy Builders. Director Akmal Marangasulem, UN Minister. When we were looking for panelists, as we had promised everyone, this is a marriage between the public and private sector. So why? Because it's COVID. We need to help one another and each other. So we chose people from both sectors of the community to be panelists. So thank you for that. Someone is asking that when you do ask a question, please identify yourself so it can benefit also the other people. And we'll start with Senator Rukbay Inabo, who doesn't need to identify herself because I already did. Thank you, Senator.
Koman masulangi al bill ako rawa say kadamo ultirak like international accounting standards. Hindi kadora mal makatatang al partamrigal makadugol tirak la US GAAP ma tirak al gas magakas mang ako kaya wasing sabi al change al mo GAAP ma gas ma kakas or ang gira dal nga international standards. Ako ra di ogir sa question sulang.
Sula Senator, that's a very good question. Ako na sige dal ngungil, ideally you want swedel ngungil the follow international standards. This at the same time gida ilakal volume we can do again what is important, what's needed, what's important, what allows private sector makapaigal migal show ba gid. Maranya international standards marwa GASP marwa gap. International standards are basically my GASP the follow a gap. Again what's accepted in the gap is normally would be consistent. I think at the end of the day, there's really no in terms of the deductions rules business loans, but for the most part, it should be fairly consistent. So it should not be an issue for us.
Students, are you ready with your microphones? One student on each side of the room. I think Delegate Otob has a question.
Sula Irene, sulang Director Kashmir. Ang klega delegate Otob tartigel gotun tongak kal other al siltiar room. Tigida a question Director. Lara comment, this is from comments I heard from Claire and from LT. So the question is, based on the interest of the small businesses participating in a more robust, I guess, business operation, meaning tracking their books and accounting. Is there a director expected increase, a work increase, if you go from a GRT system, like a small business, if you go from a GRT system to a PGST system, as a norm, kada expect la siya owner akong bali, especially also man sole proprietor, mas ang lel by 12%. Ngaringi ako ra asip edel LOT as a reference, a workload, mora a business owner, expected to increase, data yung korar mo lang also ngaringi ako ra information about that. Number two, Claire, your presentation looked at the income, the sales, and the deductibles. In your assumption or in your calculation, does your deductible include salaries, loan payments, and things of that nature, or what's included in your deductible? Those are my two questions, Msulang.
Thank you. They're both very good questions, and I can probably answer both of them from my own experience. So I have a business back in New Zealand. I've been back in Palau now for 5 years, and I do the GST for my business every 2 months. So in New Zealand, you have a choice to do your GST return either 2 monthly or 6 monthly. So it's not a big business. We buy and sell cattle. My GST return probably takes me no more than half an hour. I use a spreadsheet. There's lots of accounting software like QuickBooks that you can use, that a business can use to do those PGST returns. The biggest thing I've found, and I'm sure that Director of Taxation will thank me for this, is you've got to keep really good records. So all my invoices for my sales I keep, all my receipts for my expenses I keep, and they're all attached to my GST return. I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, that at some stage tax will do audits of GST. And I know when I had my first audit, I was absolutely terrified because the tax department in New Zealand is vicious. But, you know, a small business shouldn't feel that this is going to take them days or weeks to do. It shouldn't take a lot of time if you keep really good records. In our deductibles, included in those deductibles are everything other than its earnings before interest and tax. So I've worked off a different system. You'd certainly have to talk to Minister about whether loan payments are coming in to deductibles or not. They will make that decision. I just used some basic numbers from work to try and give an idea of mainly what tax you're going to pay. I'm sure that, like everything, it'll be a bit of trial and error, and deductibles will be added to as time goes on. If I can say one thing that came into my mind as we were talking, this is coming in 2 years' time, in around 2 years' time. And one of the things that you're going to need to do as a business is you're going to have to know what you think your sales are going to be for the next 12 months. So, and then you pay tax on your projected sales. So if I was running a business here, my advice to myself would be start now. Start preparing your financials now. Don't wait until 2 months before this law comes in. Start doing this now. And if I will make a plug for accountants. You know, everybody goes to accountants. You use your accountant. Your accountant's there to minimise the amount of tax you pay. I can never get this one right, avoid or evade. Whichever one is illegal, they're not there to help you. And there are 3 questions I would ask when I go and see an accountant. What can you do for me as a business? How much? What do you charge in fees? Because I want to know that up front. It's a deductible expense. And what other services can you provide? So, you know, either spend the next couple of years training up your accounting staff, your bookkeepers, to start keeping the kind of records you think you're going to need, or get in touch with an accountant. It's too late when this comes into law and suddenly the tax man says, okay, how much are you going to sell this year? What's your revenue? Now start paying tax. And you go, I don't have a clue. You know, prevention is far better than the cure sometimes. So get into that headset of prevention first.
So delegate, so change will all require a time for you to adapt this. So you've got the 2 years. And your workload, yes, it will increase, but it will depend on what she said. If your books are in order, or if your records are all in Tupperware, it's going to take you a lot more time to learn. So either invest that time and money to learn and improve your skills, or invest in hiring in an accountant or accounting services to help you make sure you're in compliance. Because bottom line, you don't want to pay for fees that you didn't anticipate because it eats into your profits.
Thank you. I think it's me and Delegate always asking the questions. First of all, I'd like to thank the President of the Republic, ministers, delegates, senators who were here and made this all possible to take this leap into the future. We needed this. My question is that would this tax return also apply for the foreign workers living here in Palau? That's one. Is it only for Palauans, or is it going to apply for everybody? Because right now, with our tax system, we cannot deduct foreign workers as labor fee or wages fee from our sales. So how would that apply? Because I employ close to 90% foreigners, and that in itself is not accurate information given to the government, because I cannot deduct my wages fee from my sales. Another one is as some of us are still U.S. citizens, holding also Palauan citizenship, we also pay our tax to the United States. How would this work? Do I have to pay double taxes, or how does it work for many of us here? And what is our fuel tax at the present? Do we have any taxes? Those three questions, thank you.
Thank you for coming, and we'll see you. Malungil, a very valid question, malungi question. And it is something that certainly the government, particularly the National Congress at this time, is wrestling with it. For now, the current version of the legislation, I believe, the refunds only apply to Palauans, as to citizens. And the rationale for that is because if you're a non-citizen, if you're a foreign worker here in Palau, normally, more often, your employer covers your housing, your transportation. Right now you're getting medical. So this helps offset some of the costs, while Palauans and citizen workers do not get any of those benefits, whether it's housing, transportation. So this is, in a way, one way that helps offset the cost for the citizens as well. So right now, that's where it is now. Sorry, you'll have to consult with your accountant, with your tax person, because as far perhaps the minister can help with the dual citizenship. What do you do with Senator, he said foreign tax credit. You can actually apply the taxes you pay. You can offset that with the taxes you pay in the U.S. or other jurisdictions, depending on if that's allowable or not. At present, the fuel tax, there is a fuel tax, and I believe it's 5 cents per gallon. Right now, that's fuel tax right now. And so that's normally just passed on to the consumers at the moment. Thanks, sir. It's going up to 15 cents. And been advised by the senator here that the fuel tax will be going up to 15 cents. That's in the bill as well. So right now it's at 5 cents, and it will go up to 15 cents. I see. Yes. That's right. And if we move to a net profits tax as well, you'll get to, and those will be some of the allowable. Right now, salaries and wages paid are allowable deductions based on GAAP. So that's something that you can, that'll also be helpful.
This is probably in the future works, Caleb. Something to think about in terms of, say we have a transshipment of goods. We establish a Malacca port for transshipment of goods. Will those be taxes or non-tax?
No, there is no transshipment taxes. Oh.
Good afternoon. Samdew from the Financial Institutions Commission. Thank you, Minister of Finance and Tax Director and your team for a very, it's been a long time coming, this effort, and it's very much needed. So thank you all for your efforts in this. I guess the first question, because I only see one banker here, which is the president of the Development Bank. And my question is on the, well, before I get to that, your comments earlier, Minister, about the small businesses being able to use your filings for supporting their loan applications. It's been, again, a really good improvement, and I really applaud that, and hopefully we can work with the banks to make sure we put the right amount of information in the tax filings so they can use it like they do in the US for businesses up to so much in income or size, to use it in lieu of financial statements that are expensive to prepare, and hopefully we'll see more, a lot easier access to financing from the commercial banks here, as well as the development bank. So thank you for that. But here's my, I got two questions, right? The first one is, there is a provision in the law for a 20% tax increase on banks. Banks, as you know, are the only class of business currently that pay net income tax. And they pay 4% now, and they're gonna move up 16%, to 20. From a banker's perspective, sadly it's only you here, so we can ask only for your opinion. I've reached out to the bank's headquarters to see what their perspectives are, and I will share it with you when we receive it. However, what would be the impact of such a huge tax increase? For example, will it affect interest rates on loans or other such issues that you would be concerned about? So that's the first question. And then secondly, just a general, question about, there's an assumption that if your costs go low as a business, you'll reduce your costs of your service or goods that you're providing. I don't know, a can of tuna that's $1.65 is supposed to go down to $1.35 or whatever. That's the assumption. So is that correct to say that, we can see generally that price of goods will go down as we expect it to be? Because as a business person, you probably just up your margins because you want to make more money. I mean, that's a business, right? So that's the kind of the underlying sort of question in my mind is like, if a person's building a house because there's no import tax on materials for your house, is your house gonna cost less per square foot at the end of the day? So those are kind of practical, very general questions, because I'm getting very confused, a little bit complicated here. So just dumb it down for me, and then, but on the first part of the question is on the 20% on banks.
Thank you, Samadhu. Let's ask Mr. David Piper to chime in on that answer. You hear us, sir?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Reinhard just told me that while the panel's talking that my microphone's on hold, so I didn't know. Just trying to talk. Look, my understanding, and it's certainly something I've read in the technical notes for the legislation, is that currently there's something like a 22% tax the banks pay internationally, and my understanding from what I read was that the banks, they pay 20% in Palau, they get that credit back in their home jurisdiction. So I don't think it's a big impact for the banks, the way double tax works. That's my understanding. But I'd suggest you to follow that up and check that. But that certainly, I remember reading that, and it was one of the rationales for the 20%. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Look, while I'm here, can I make another couple of comments from previous comments that have been made?
Yes, sure.
There was a question regarding deductions in the business profit tax, and the comment was made that they'd been the regulations. Well, the business profits tax, it says at section 1421, the imposition of business profit tax on net income. Now, net income is defined in section 1002Y of the National Code, and on page 38 of the tax reform legislation, there's been some changes to the definition of net income, and actually it spells out what the deductions are. And for example, one of the things it says, you get a deduction for ordinary operating expenses such as supplies, utilities, services, insurance, etc. So while it's not exhaustive definition, the actual deductions that come off gross income to get net income is in the legislation. So it's not just in the regulations. There could be some clarification in the regulations, and that's an important point. The other thing I'd just like to say is in the previous panel, the small business lady who gave a very informative talk, one of the things she said was that small businesses that are not registered for PGST actually they bear the PGST, so they can't pass it on. Well, the reality, I think, will be that while these small business like micro stores and the like, they pay PGST when they buy their goods from registered businesses, and certainly they can't pass it on. The actual PGST that they pay will be just like any other business expense that they've got, whether it's rent or electricity or whatever, and they'll include that in their markup. So the actual, what they charge customers will include the element of the PGST. I mean, that's the logical extension of that. So the small businesses that are not registered for PGST, the expectation is they'll pass the PGST on to final consumers. So the final consumers end up bearing the cost of PGST, whether they purchase from a registered business or from a non-registered business. So I think that's an important point, and I thought I'd just clarify that. Okay.
Thank you, David. Let's get Mr. O'Keefe on some comments on that. Final comments on this discussion, please. Thank you. Mr. O'Keefe.
I need to ask a question on the utilities. the bill removes the exemption for PPUC, the Palau Public Utilities Corporation, from paying taxes. So they will be subject to these taxes. The concern is whether that impact will have a major increase to the price of the utility. But it's important for all the consumers of the utility to be able to offset, take the credit for the fuel tax that has been paid by the importer who sells the fuel to PPUC. With the way the law is, PPUC will be able to deduct salaries and wages of all the workers except the foreign workers. They will also be able to deduct all the purchases of the capital investments on the utility lines, whatever expenses they have on their inventory, and they're not revenue generating entity. Would it be more beneficial? Would it be revenue neutral for us to let PPUC be taxed as an entity so everybody can get a credit for the fuel tax, or do you think the price increase to the utility services should be pressure enough for us to leave the tax exemption in for the PPUC? What is your opinion as an expert on tax? Thank you.
Were you asking me, David, that question?
Mr. O'Keefe, yeah.
Mr. O'Keefe, okay.
David, both.
David, that's teed up for you as a tax expert.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. O'Keefe. Look, it really gets back to the fundamentals of what you're trying to do with tax reform, and the idea is that you input a goods and services tax with virtually no exemptions, and everybody pays their bit, and that's now the economists have been talking all day about the distortions in the system where you put exemptions in and zero rating and that sort of thing. So it's very much the sort of, it gets down to the system that you're looking to put in, and for sure you put the decision to tax the utility company. There's two parts to that. One is business profit tax, and the other one is PGST. Now, PGST, the utility company just passes that on, so that goes to the ultimate consumer. And as far as the business profit tax, if the utility company is making a profit, the thinking is that it's only right that it would be paying the business profits tax. But if it doesn't make a profit, it doesn't pay the business profits tax, and it doesn't bear the cost of the goods and services tax because that's passed on. And from an administration point of view, it's a lot easier to administer the whole system, that everybody buys fuel, everybody pays. It's just like any other business input, and then the ultimate consumer that consumes the goods. There's a bit of fuel probably in every good that we all consume. That's when we pay it. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, David. Mr. O'Keefe, have anything to add on that?
MC, not on that in particular, but I am prepared with just some very minor closing remarks, next steps. But I want to make sure the panel is
Yes, thank you.
has captured all their questions.
Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, so this has been a very informative full day, and I appreciate that some of the key individuals that are going to be making these decisions are still with us, still struggling with the details, still thinking about the impact on individuals, households, businesses, the tourism sector, et cetera. So I think it's been a useful day of consideration. I think we can all agree that making sure that there's support to households that would be negatively affected by the modernization of the tax system is an important objective. And it's why the tax reform is not being done in bits and pieces. Probably one or two bits of this reform could have been done years ago. But getting one large comprehensive tax reform done, as difficult as it is from a executive and legislative agreement standpoint, and as complicated as it may be for a year or so in preparing for a really positive, effective implementation rollout, it's important that all the pieces fit together, because the best part of this tax reform is the BGST, yet it has some known flaws. A one-time increase in prices, a differential impact on lower income households, and that's why all the other parts have to be put together in a very careful way. And one thing we found in sitting down, and Dr. Sturton is running the model to be able to estimate this down to deciles of households, Palauan workers and foreign workers, businesses at different sizes. One thing we found was that the president really did have an open mind as to how the final package looks. Of course, there is a current version of the bill as submitted, but according to those that sat in on the Senate hearing, there are several good ideas that probably result in a good accommodation or a good mitigation of effects. There are also ideas that introduce distortions and introduce complications. And in my closing, I would just suggest that this is a time, as several people have said, this is a generational opportunity. This is a long-awaited package. This would be a really appropriate time for an interbranch, legislative, executive retreat of some sort, possibly with no technicians or just one or two technicians to run the model and show the results of different combinations of compromise and building a package. The idea of a child tax credit would certainly help households with children. The idea of different rates and different givebacks in the wages and salaries tax can be almost immediately modeled, within minutes. And if the key people were in a room together, either designated by the heads of the executive and the two houses, or including the executive and the heads of the two houses, I actually am optimistic that in a matter of 4 to 6 hours, perhaps with the doors locked, they could come to a conclusion on a package that everybody felt good about that would be truly beneficial for Palau going forward. Beneficial as the economy grows, and beneficial in recovering from the COVID-19 impact that we started the morning with. So I just want to close with optimism, fingers crossed, knocking on wood, and also wishing the leaders all the best when they do finally sit down and make the ultimate series of combinations. We know in the long run it will be good for the people of Palau. Thank you, MC.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. Thank you, David Piper, and Mr. O'Keefe, thank you for joining us the whole day. Now I leave the microphone to the facilitator.
Well, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And
I also take this opportunity to just, on behalf of the business community and the private sectors of Palau, to thank Mr. Kevin O'Keefe and Mr. David Piper, our tax advisor. Thank you very much for being with us all day today. And then we still have questions, so bear with us. We will ask again, identify yourself for the benefit of those who are not here or who are here and can learn. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alan Seed. I'm a local businessman from MidCorp and a member of the chamber. I just want to take this moment and say hello to my good friend, Kevin. It's nice to see you and thank you for participating on this symposium today. And thank you, David, for all the input. I just want to state for the record that on behalf of my company, MidCorp, I support this proposed legislation. I believe it's time to graduate from the 4% GRT to this VAT and net profit tax system. And I also believe that the community and Palau as a whole and the new generation with the aids of computers, softwares, I think we will all be ready come 2 years from now when this bill takes effect. So at the outset, I just want to say that it's something the community should become aware of and come to support it. One of the key points is that the lower income or gross revenue businesses will have room and time to adjust themselves over time. So this is a good bill, it's a good policy, and I support it. I just want to point out a few points that are of concern to me. And the first point is, I think the 20% net profit tax imposed on banks is unfair and should not be left unamended. I think if you're going to provide a net profit tax to businesses, all businesses should be treated equally. Do not tax a higher bracket of tax to the banks as you would any other business. So I would like to suggest Congress to look into providing a uniform net income tax to the banks or financial institutions as just as hotels or construction or any other businesses. I think, David, the idea that these banks here are already paying taxes to their home countries should not be discussed or even evaluated. I think we have to look at this tax for Palau businesses, and also bear in mind that we want Palau to be an attractive place for new financial institutions or banks to come and invest in our country. I don't want to say too much, but access to capital is very limited in this country and also at very high cost. So the higher taxes you impose on the banks, that's going to mean higher interest rates to the businesses community that want to borrow that money to start their businesses. And the last point I want to raise is, I think it's about time that we as Palauans recognize the foreign workers as part of our family. We cannot continue to differentiate that they are foreigners and they are not treated equally as the people of Palau. If a corporation invests in Palau, that corporation has become a corporate citizen of this country. If we start to change our mindset and think of everyone, whether foreigner or local, as part of this Palau business economic community, it's a fresh start that will yield much higher returns than to continue this policy of looking at our foreign workers as a different class of people, that they cannot get their social security and that businesses cannot deduct the salaries that are applied to their salaries just because they are foreigners. So it's time that we look at everything on a fair and equal footing and make Palau a country with a heart for everyone. Thank you. This is all I have to say.
There are some questions that were texted. So if you don't mind, I'm going to read them and the panelists can help to answer. One question. Sorry? Oh, okay. I guess our Bank of Guam Vice President would like to respond to that, and then we'll go to the other questions for the panelists.
Ali, I'm Brandon Cruz from Bank of Guam, and the increase in the tax rate to 20% is of a concern because it will be difficult for the banks to pay higher interest to our depositors. It would also mean higher interest rates for loans. It would also mean be a little bit more difficult for us to even give out loans to businesses that are wanting to start up or that are existing that need monies from the financial institutions to continue to thrive. Banks are the lifeblood of an economy. We are the ones that bring in the money. We are the ones that are the clearinghouse for monies that are coming from foreign countries, from the United States. We are the ones that businesses use to manage and safeguard money. So that 20% tax rate is pretty high, and I think it should be considered, reconsidered, and maybe be equitable at the 12% like what Mr. Alan Seed mentioned. Thank you.
I commend you all that this is very educational. So can we allow some panelists and their facilitator to answer some of these questions that came in? Is NDBP exempt from the 20%? And then the other question is on Claire's example. What is to stop a business from increasing prices to maintain the same level of net profit under GRT? You can note down the questions. I'll read them and then you can start to answer. The other questions, and then Director has told me that we're going to wrap up in a few minutes. So before I mention the other questions, ladies and staff in the back, start getting ready with your evaluation forms and go around and pass them out. Okay, next question is about the refund applicable to Palauan citizens. How about non-Palauans married to Palauan citizens? Are we qualified as Palauans to receive a refund if they earn less than 10,000 a year? And then one more question. Can business loans be written off from sales taxes? Then one next question is, when taxes are paid like carbon taxes, is this increase, will it be used to be planting trees or investing for solar panels? I think that's all that we received for now. So lang i-facilitate.
Okay. Thank you, Irene, for those very good questions. Firstly, is NDBP going to be pay tax at 20%? My honest answer to that is I don't know. I've had no conversation with anyone. I'm sitting here with my fingers crossed, my eyes crossed that we don't have to pay 20% tax. The next question you asked was, in any of our examples, can a business raise its prices to make sure that it keeps its net profit? Absolutely. There's nothing to stop a business doing that. That's a business decision. The issue for any business is if you keep raising your prices and someone down the road has the item or the service cheaper than you, eventually your customers will go somewhere else. So yes, there's nothing to stop a business raising its prices. Now, on loan payments, I have to say here, I'm not a tax expert. I think, so I'm going to put that one over to when the regulations come out with all the deductibles, loan payments may or may not be in there.
Okay. Thank you, Claire, for answering the questions. On the carbon tax, I think that's certainly one of the things that needs to be addressed, and I'm sure the OEK as well as the Ministry of Finance will welcome your thoughts on that. Certainly right now, the imposition of that is issues. From a financing perspective, normally we would not encourage earmarking or dedication of those funds, because it just reduces the amount of money that's available for all other expenditure, government expending. But it's a specific purpose tax, and I'm sure the comments as far as the proposed use will be welcomed.
If I could add the Senate Bill 11-15 on page 68 on section 1434 deductions. One of the deductions that I like in this section ay deductions for training. So businesses will be able to pay and send their employees to go for training and claim cost for the training up to 120%. So that means it's one of those areas where you can spend more money in, and it will affect your net income and translate into less net taxes.
Well, thank you, everyone. If there's no more questions, I'll take this opportunity and thank the panel members for their participation and certainly for their patience. Thank you for your comments. And then, okay, very good. I think that's fairly clear. I think there's everyone with the proposed net profits tax. I think it's been shown that it's certainly something that the businesses welcome. Certainly the deductibles, that's something that will need to be confirmed by you all. All right? And I think that's something that so it would be important to raise those and make sure that certainly the National Congress that is working on it now, and certainly with the Ministry of Finance, with the Chamber, the concern should be raised, and now, because now is the time for that. Certainly on the wages and salaries tax, there will be an impact, as been mentioned. There is certainly a one-time increase. It's expended a one-time increase, and so the idea behind the adjustment to the wages and salary tax is to help defray some of the anticipated increase in prices generally. On that note, certainly from the small business perspective, and certainly LT made a very good point, for the smaller businesses, particularly those that are in the informal markets right now, the proposed legislation will allow for them, will give them an incentive to register the business, be part of the formal economy, and with what's been happening, especially with the ongoing pandemic, getting assistance to those that are most vulnerable, particularly the small businesses owners, has been quite a challenge. And then certainly record keeping is a must. For those of you that are keeping records, you certainly understand the challenges and the importance of keeping good records. Moving this tax reform in order to, as a business, if you want to grow your business, it's important to keep accurate records. So in a way, this is an incentive, and it certainly provides an opportunity for you as a business to grow your business, and keeping good records is just basic, fundamental to that. On that note, thank you everyone, and certainly thank the members of the panel for their comments and certainly their support, and thank you.
Director Kashmir Mangasao, thank you very much. He is the Director for Budgeting and Planning, appropriate for this panel. Thank you very much, panelists. There was one last question from a small business owner who asked about the example that David Piper used, a 15% markup on the cost on goods. So I just checked with Senator Inabo, since he's the chair lady for this CTR legislation. That was just an example. I go to what panelist Matt Wakely said in the morning, supply and demand. So markup is going to be addressed when we come to regulations part. And then I really want to thank everyone and share with you that we as the private sector, when we work together with Ministry of Finance, I came to learn that the Director of Revenue and Taxation, Mr. Reinhard Silas, I have a lot of respect for him. We worked a lot together with our group, and I learned that he has 20 people working in his department, and they have to take care of tax collections and issues for over 2,200 registered businesses. So with this new tax legislation, it's a good example of how the public and private sector can start to work together for advocacy, for good legislations, for businesses to be honest, for government to be honest, and for government services to be provided at a higher standard to help raise the quality of life for the people who live in Palau. And everyone included, people and businesses. So thank you very much. I will ask Minister Udoy, and did you want to also add something? Minister Udoy will close our tax symposium. And again, on behalf of the Palau Chamber of Commerce, I really thank all of you who attended today. If you have more questions, please feel free. Send the people who are on the panelists. You can send to Palau Chamber of Commerce your emails and continue. Let's continue to have this conversation. It's very educational, and it's good as we enter into the new era
of Palau being a part of a global economy. And I'm very happy that small businesses will also have a chance to look forward to growing and starting new ventures, including the young people with their startups and nonprofits. So thank you very much. And Minister Udoy will now close our symposium for us.
Thank you, everyone. Those of you who have stayed with us from the morning until now. I hope you found this session, this symposium, useful for informing you of the reform that we're proposing to the government, from the government to the OEK. I appreciate the cooperation of the Chamber of Commerce in putting together this symposium. It's first for this administration to cooperate with the Chamber, and we are looking forward to further collaborations. We are already in discussions, for your information, on holding the annual economic symposium again this November. So please look forward to that. If you're interested in that, let us know, and you can help us in the setup for that symposium. I also want to extend a big appreciation to the President, who was able to be here with us today to share his thoughts on the reform, as well as Senator Inabo, who stayed with us through the whole symposium as well, and to Speaker Anastasio, who said some very kind words about their direction for the reforms that have been proposed to Congress. Also, I would like to thank our good friends abroad, David Piper and Kevin O'Keefe, USA Graduate School and PIFTAC, as well as the support that's been given for the reforms from the Asian Development Bank. I think it really shows we have a lot of support from in Palau and outside of Palau to help Palau become a better place for all of us who live here. Thank you for those questions that were very difficult to answer. Thank you for those that were easy to answer. I didn't mean to talk poorly about the lawyers. I hope that you didn't get the wrong impression. My father was a lawyer and my sister's a lawyer, so I don't want to put them down. It's just very easy to use them as examples because of the nature of their business. So I really appreciate your attendance, and I hope it was useful to you. As you heard, Congress will be going around to each state and explaining this in person. We plan to join them on each of their visits in case they need any help in answering any questions involving tax administration. They can get that from us, one-stop shop. Thank you again to the Chamber Reform Committee, the Tax Reform Committee that helped us set up this symposium. Thank you to PCC for their generous support in offering us this location. Thank you for those businesses who provided the refreshments. Thank you to the students who are no longer here, but it was nice to have them in the room. Hopefully they will be the future tax administrators or business people in the future that will be benefiting from this reform. And thank you for all of my ministry staff that are here, who are assisting or participating in the event. We really appreciate your support. Thank you for those other people like Legislator Risong, who's in the room learning so she can help explain to people in Malakiok about the reform. So thanks to everyone all around. I really appreciate your support. Yes, the Chamber of Commerce, we have to recognize them. We had refreshments provided by La Morena, the gelato shop, from our good friend Nancy Wong, Donut House. Lunch vendors were the Penthouse and the Rock Island Cafe. So thank you for providing the refreshments for us today. They were very good. Also, I remember that Sam's Tours is the one who provided the coolers and the water. So those of us who couldn't drink too much coffee today appreciated the water that was provided. Thank you all, and I hope you have a safe evening and enjoy the rest of your night. Good night.